I'm telling you, that's the key. Raise your mic.
Welcome, everyone. It is 5 p.m. and this meeting is called to order. Welcome, members of the public, board members, and staff. Thank you for attending. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Pearson.
Begin after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Will you please take roll?
Williams.
Here.
Rawlings.
Here.
Pearson.
Here.
Williamson.
Here.
Jones.
Here. Thank you. Next, agenda item 2, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion?
So move, Pearson.
Thank you, Trustee Pearson. And may I have a second?
Second, Rawlings.
Thank you. Trustee Pearson made the motion. Trustee Rawlings seconded the motion. Ms. Bell, will you please call for the vote?
Williams.
Yes.
Rawlings.
Yes.
Pearson.
Yes.
Williamson.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes. Thank you. Next agenda item is 3.0, oral communications. Oral communications is for agenda items only during special meetings. No individual comment shall be for more than 3 minutes, and the total time for this purpose shall not exceed 15 minutes. Ordinarily, board members will not respond to presentations and no action may be taken. However, the board may give direction to staff following a presentation. We've received 2 blue cards, trustees, and the first is 54008, and oops, pardon me. Speakers, you will please, if you are viewing via YouTube, please mute your live stream. When I call out your last 4 digits of your phone number and name, please unmute your phone by pressing *6. You will have 3 minutes. When your 3 minutes have expired, your mic will be muted. When you are done, you may hang up. The first caller is Speaker Mr. Curtis Wright, and the number is 5400. Not on the call. Okay, next caller is Sharon McKeeman, 8866.
Hello, my name is Sharon McKeeman. As you know, I'm a Carlsbad resident. First of all, I want to thank you for returning elementary to their classrooms 5 days a week. The difference in my 4th grader this week is beyond what I can express in words. Children are supposed to be in school, not on screens, and the contrast between the hybrid model and a full return to the classroom confirms that. Our family has 4 children, and we live in a small home in order to be able to afford this school district. We do not have space or funds for each child to have a separate room with a school workspace. The stress this has caused over the past semester, and especially during finals week, was immense. We're trying to keep our high school students safe and at home, and our elementary and preschooler happy and engaged. Distance learning has made that pretty much impossible, and the simple change of having even one of our students on campus every day has taken part of this huge weight off of our family. However, unfortunately, I have to address the hypocrisy that I heard go on for hours during the last meeting. For months, you have been voting to delay a return to campus, even though experts have said it is safe, and warned there is more risk and liability involved with continued closures. You used the newest CDPH guidance to say you could not begin hybrid January 25th, but then exhibited more urgency than I have heard all year over returning students to campus. Why now, when it will be more difficult to return them? Is it because your plans included non-certificated staff and substitute teachers instead of union-protected credentialed teachers? For months, we've been hearing there are concerns that it is not safe for teachers to return. Elementary teachers are in the classroom every day now, and of course, a non-certificated staff member or substitute teacher's life is not less valuable than a credentialed teacher's. So what am I missing? Why, when we are on a more restrictive tier and the CDPH guidance is making it more difficult to further reopen, are you now urgently trying to get as many students on campus as possible with any type of staff member? Is it because was always more about politics, specifically union demands, than about safety? I understand that you all want to get kids on campus, but I also understand what the union is doing behind the scenes. Just today, Wired.com sent me an article questioning the ethics of teachers unions demanding that teachers be moved to the front of the line for vaccines ahead of higher risk populations without a definitive contractual agreement to return to full-time in-person education as soon as they were vaccinated. They also questioned keeping schools closed until vaccinated, since those do not guarantee reduced transmission. Students have been proven to not be a significant source of spread, and all students are suffering, especially the most vulnerable. Also on that note, I'm sure you're aware that extending grading periods, allowing campus access for students who are struggling through no fault of their own or who are willfully not engaging, creates more liability for you when it comes to failure to provide an equitable education for all. I do hope you will return more students to campus, but the way to do that is to tell the state you are unequivocally open and they must honor your duty to provide in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible, not hire a lot of subs to babysit, since the supposed subs shortage seems to now miraculously be over.
Thank you. Next item is, did the other caller? No? Okay. Trustees, item 4.1, agenda item COVID-19 update, safe return to instruction, and I'll turn this over to Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. Give me 1 second, get the presentation here. Almost there. Okay. Thank you very much. So this evening we do have a brief presentation on our middle school and high school cohort intervention plan. After I do a brief update on public health data and share some vaccination information, since we did meet for the last 2 weeks and I gave you more extensive data updates, we'll keep it brief this time. We'll move into a quick discussion about the CDPH cohort guidance, and then I'll hand it over to Dr. Nye to talk through the cohort intervention plan. I'll remind the board about our bundled mitigation measures, and then we'll kind of talk about next steps. I do have a number of photos at the end to share from some of our in-person instruction that happened this week. Several trustees were able to visit campuses and shared some photos with me. I think it's worthwhile of sharing. Of course, our priority is to ensure that students and staff confidently return to a safe environment conducive for learning and work. You're aware of our mission. So as we walk through the public health data and the vaccination information that's available right now, a couple of quick notes. I pulled a few screenshots from Health and Human Services webinar earlier this week. You're aware that the governor did lift the regional stay-at-home order here in Southern California. In fact, in all of the regions across the state of California. So we're back here into the purple tier where a number of activities in a number of industries are now allowed. Here is one quick snapshot of where we're at in terms of COVID cases. This is the week by week view where it shows the total number of new cases reported each week. We're very happy to say that after 12 consecutive weeks of week over week increases in the number of new cases, we've now had 2 weeks in a row of decreasing numbers of new cases. So you can see here week over week increases. It peaked the week of, what is that, the first week of January, second week of January, and now it's been decreasing for 2 weeks. So we're happy about that. We're also happy that the adjusted case rate or the adjusted rate per 100,000 residents has now gone down 2 weeks in a row as well. Adjusted case rate from 69 to 60 down to 49 this week. That's good news. Remember, we do have to get down to 7 cases per 100,000 to move into the red tier. We also have seen a decrease in the testing positivity percentage from 16% to 14% to 12%. Again, we need to get below 8% on that metric for a move to the red tier. And then this health equity testing positivity rate, again, decreases, and we need to get down to 8% on that one as well. We keep a public dashboard. You can see that we, as of this morning, at least when I pulled this, I think it's changed since then, but this morning we had 13 active cases currently. This is a new visualization that we haven't showed you before. It's the number of positive cases, both students and staff, by week reported to us here in the district. And we started it the week of September 28th. That was the first week we had on-campus in-person instruction at our elementaries. We have had in-person on-campus instruction for our elementary schools and for some populations of our middle schools and high schools since the last week of September. But you'll see here, active cases, we showed a quick increase here after Thanksgiving, and then again, a big increase after the New Year's holiday, and decreased over the last 2 weeks. Keeping our fingers crossed that that trend holds. In terms of vaccine information, this is a slide I pulled from the county public health officer. The goal here in San Diego County is to vaccinate at least 70% of our county's population age 16 and older by July 1st. So there's about 2.6 million residents in our county who are ages 16 and older. The goal is to vaccinate 1.8 million residents by July 1. And we're hopeful that the systems we put in place to make that happen. The county public health officer indicated there will be, once everything is online, a number of ways to receive vaccines, as you can see here on the screen. This map, I realize, is really difficult to see, but there are locations here indicated for a variety of different type of vaccination centers. A super center, we understand, went online in Oceanside, and we are told that another one will be going online at Cal State San Marcos shortly. San Diego County Health and Human Services has put out a number of different visualizations for who's getting vaccinated and when. Currently, we're in phase 1A. Phase 1B, a part of tier 1 of phase 1B is now being vaccinated as well. So individuals 65 years and older, Governor Newsom, when he talked earlier this week, he described the desire to have healthcare workers and farm workers and teachers be shortly allowed to be vaccinated along with all individuals ages 65 and older. So we're waiting for more information. As soon as we have it, we're going to share that with our staff. If we have any opportunity to help facilitate getting our people online more quickly, we will do that. We understand that the state has rolled out a web portal called My Turn, and they're piloting it here in San Diego County and in LA County. And as soon as we have more information about what that looks like, we'll share it with everyone. Quick pause here, see if there's any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Nope. Oh, Trustee Williams.
Thank you. Do you need anything from the board in terms of, for testing, any direction or any type of direction or? Okay.
No, I don't think we need any direction at this time. We're still working on some of the possibilities for testing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so in a nutshell, CDPH, California Department of Public Health, released on January 14th, updated directives related to the reopening of schools. And in the document, they describe cohorts with a specific meaning. They describe groups of students who are meeting for targeted supports and intervention services while the school is closed in-person instruction. And this document refers to a September 4th publication on the CDPH website, which is generally referred to as cohort guidance. And in that cohort guidance document, they describe how schools could work with small, stable cohorts of fixed groups of kids on campus, despite the fact that the schools are technically closed for in-person instruction. This is part of that September 4th guidance. And they describe ways for schools to offer in-person child supervision and limited instruction, targeted support services, and facilitation of distance learning in small group environments for a specified subset of children and youth. So we went through that document. There are some definitions. Specifically, a cohort is a stable group of no more than 14 children or youth and no more than 2 supervising adults. So that's the definition. They list some considerations. This is text taken directly from the document. They indicate the group should be as small as possible in order to decrease opportunities for exposure to or transmission of the virus. Children or youth and supervising adults in one cohort must not physically interact with children or youth and supervising adults in other cohorts. So the idea is to keep cohorts completely separate. So again, 14 children, no more than 2 adults. Each adult can be assigned to one cohort and work only with that cohort, prevent interactions between cohorts. There's some carve outs here for special education. They describe one-to-one specialized services can be provided where someone is not part of that cohort. And they describe OT, PT, speech and language, and other medical behavioral services or educational support services as part of a targeted intervention strategy. So this is why you see in some of our special day classes, for example, high needs kids in small groups, but they'll have a number of adults who work with multiple groups providing additional related services, and that is permissible under the cohort guidance. So I'll pause here and just ask if there's any questions about this particular guidance.
Any questions, trustees? Go ahead, Dr. Churchill.
All right, well, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Nye to talk through our cohort intervention plan.
All right, thank you, President Jones, trustees, Dr. Churchill. As you recall, at the last board meeting, there was some direction given, and this kind of encapsulates the major tenor of the direction, but explore the ways to get as many students onto campus as possible under that cohort guidance that Dr. Churchill had just mentioned and highlighted in any model possible as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. So with that, we worked with our site administrators to come up with a plan that would conform with the cohort model. The purpose of this intervention plan is to bring as many students as possible back onto our secondary campuses. So I'll describe in some general purposes of the plan, and then we'll kind of dive into it in more detail. So the cohort intervention plan is to provide an option of a subset of students to engage in distance learning from a classroom on our campuses. They would come onto campus 4 days a week in small groups identified by both teachers and parents, and will benefit from the structured environment and engage in distance learning, relationship development, as well as targeted intervention. As I mentioned before, students would come to school Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and attend all of their classes. They would be assigned a homeroom because of the guidance that we received. They will need to stay in stable cohorts, so those students will stay in their homeroom with one teacher. They'll bring their Chromebooks to campuses with headphones and microphones, and they'll participate in distance learning from that homeroom. So they'll go through each of their classes and participate in the distance learning of the schedule for that day. Next slide, please. So some benefits. Right off the bat, a primary benefit is the relationship and development and support. We know that most importantly, there are a lot of students out there that would benefit right now with a positive relationship with an adult on campus. This puts them with an adult, a certificated teacher in the classroom 4 days a week, which we think is a huge benefit for many of our kids. The structured environment, we've heard from time and time again from many parents. Our kids are just really struggling at home. They like that structure of getting up every morning, going to their classes, going to school, engaging, having an adult there, checking in on them. And this would give them that structured environment of them going to a class, going to school every day, getting up in the morning. We have heard that there are still some issues with providing a safe space and Wi-Fi. Students that have inconsistent Wi-Fi or a lack of a safe space or noisy spaces. We heard from one speaker just that all their students are learning in one room and one environment, and that wasn't a great environment to learn in. So this will provide for that safe space. And then additionally, we think a byproduct of just having students with their teachers, when possible, students could get some intervention potentially from their teachers that could be individualized from classroom to classroom. So we think that that would be an additional benefit, although it's not the primary purpose of the plan. Next slide, please. So expectations, enrollment in the cohort intervention plan would be optional and at the discretion of the parent and the student. We'd work again with teachers and staff to work to identify the students who would most benefit from the intervention. And then once they're enrolled and they're selected and they sign up, daily attendance would be mandatory. Students who choose not to attend regularly would forfeit their spot, and potentially that could make room for another student. Students are expected to maintain positive behavior when they're attending at all times. And then they're also expected to follow all the COVID protocols and timelines and procedures. Next slide, please. Participation criteria could include all the following. We listed identification that teachers and sites would potentially use. So that is students that are currently failing classes, students that are credit deficient, lack of engagement of students, students in specialized services, English language learners, and there could be others. But as I mentioned before, it could be identification of parents or self-identified. So it could be students that we know are struggling social emotionally with mental health issues that are just in need of supervision. We do know that there's some models out there like this, and so we modeled those similarly after them, and we think we're going to have ample space to accommodate all interested students. So hopefully we're not going to need to prioritize student needs, but should we cross that path, we'll have a process in place to do so. Next slide, please. So what will the school day look like for our students? As Dr. Churchill mentioned before, a cohort of in-person students will report to their assigned classes 4 days a week. That cohort will not mix. They will stay in their own cohort. Students will remain in that class for each of their instructional periods and joining their classes virtually. So they'll go through their schedule just like they ordinarily would. They put in their headphones, they'll have their Chromebooks open, and they'll go through each of their classes. Students and teachers will have breaks according to the bell schedule, and we may need to modify the bell schedule have some minor modifications to that to allow for the students to have a grab and go lunch. It will most likely require us to flip that last period of the day before lunch and then allow for a grab and go lunch, and students would then be dismissed for their intervention in the afternoon. Next slide, please. And then as far as teachers, what would that mean for teachers in the intervention model? Similarly to what the students are doing, the teachers are coming to their classrooms. Teachers will follow their bell schedule as well and continue distance learning instruction from each of their classes virtually. Teachers will use their headphones, microphone, peripherals to deliver instruction just as they currently do. And then teachers will remain in the assigned cohort with those students, and there'll be no mixing of teachers into those cohorts as well. Next slide, please. So we took a stab at enrollments and how many students could we get into the cohort model on each of these days. And roughly the amount of full-time teachers we have are approximately 202. And if we average the cohorts right around 10, some may be a little larger than that, some may be a little smaller than that, we could get approximately 2,020 students each day onto our secondary campuses. So that's approximately 33% of the total population of secondary students. But when you look at that far column, when you minus out the students that selected the distance learning permanent model, that's about half of the students that we could get onto our campuses 4 days a week, which we think is very encouraging. Next slide, please. So timeline and how we're gonna move from here if we get thumbs up from the board to move forward. It would be as of January 25th, implementation. We've already started this actually, the substitute teachers that are in the classes now, meeting with a fixed cohort of students. There are 3 at each of our high schools and 2 at each of our middle schools. And those are selected students that will probably maintain in that model even when we start bringing teachers back, potentially. And those students were selected because they are not engaging in distance learning at all. And so we'll continue to monitor that, and that will be in place, and it has been in place starting this week. As of Thursday, February 11th, which is our target date to get the implementation of all the cohorts to start coming back onto campus. Again, that's estimated 200 total fixed cohorts. Students would be selected and notified, we think, the week of February 1st. We're hopeful that we can get that done. We'll work with principals to send out surveys of families that are interested in it. And then we'll start working with teachers and administrators to then match up those cohorts to make sure that we have space available. And then always, as we continue to monitor the health situation and the tiers, when we reach red tier plus 5 days, we'll implement phase 3 of our phase reopening plan, which would be to move into a hybrid schedule for all students. And I believe that is it. Next slide. Happy to answer questions that you have at this time.
Trustee Pearson.
Dr. Nye, thank you for that presentation and all your team. Slide 29. I have a question on slide 29. And it was on bullet number 2. What will be the policy for absence if someone is absent?
Yeah, we haven't worked through a lot of those details at this point in time. If a student's absent, they'll be marked absent, obviously. And they get a phone call home that's notified by the parents. I would imagine we're treating this as somewhat of a privilege to be able to come in and be with a credentialed teacher. So if they miss too much and they've opted in to participate in this program, there would be a threshold in which we would drop that student or put them in another setting to try to see if something else would work.
Thank you.
Trustee Williams.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work, the quick work you've done in the past week on this. This is for slide 34. So we currently have students in with fixed cohorts right now. If this doesn't stay, are we gonna, those cohorts have to stay together though, regardless? And what I mean by that, if the subs aren't with those students, or would the subs stay with those students?
We still need to work on that. I think the principals at the middle school and high school had indicated that they'd like to continue with those subs meeting with those students currently, but we would work on that to see, you know, if there are any alterations to that. But right now, as of the plan would be, those subs would maintain, they'd be there. I think we've budgeted for those subs to be there at this point in time, and we'd keep that policy in place.
Okay, so then the numbers on slide 33 are actually going to be higher.
Way higher, potentially.
Thank you, Trustee Rawlings.
Thank you. And my first question is follow up to that. Can you explain how the role of the substitute in the current classes will be different than the cohorted staffed classes?
There wouldn't be much difference. The substitutes obviously aren't teaching classes at the time, so their attention to supervision may be a little bit greater. The teachers that are teaching classes and have a cohort of students that potentially would be starting on the 11th, obviously they're going through teaching their class. Potentially they're not teaching the full 90 minutes, and there could be an opportunity, you know, if a student is struggling in math and they're cohorted with their math teacher, for that math teacher to provide some targeted intervention in math with those students that are in the room. Those are the major differences.
Thank you, Trustee Pearson.
Thank you. Dr. Nye, why not 5 days a week instead of 4 days a week? Why not 5 days a week?
Yeah, we still think that Wednesday is a valuable day for a couple different reasons. Number one, intervention. It allows some time for targeted intervention of students with their teachers. Number two, it allows some time for us to push out some professional development for teachers, which is valuable. And three, we are shifting for the past few weeks. We've had social emotional learning lessons that we've been pushing out during advisement. We are shifting into career exploration for the next several weeks that we would be doing on those Wednesdays as well. And we think that those are valuable blocks of time for advisement as well. So that's the reason of the 4 days versus the 5.
Thank you.
Trustee Williams.
Thank you. How are you matching the students with the teachers? Are they going to actually be there, an actual teacher of theirs? How's that going to be?
Yeah, our intent is to match them with teachers on their current schedules. So the thought would be, it would be best if we can match them with teachers that they're struggling with. We're going to start with that. And then the next tier would be just teachers on their schedule because they've developed relationships with those teachers. So that's kind of our tiered approach as we look at it. Until we get in there and start kind of scheduling, we're not going to know how well we're going to be able to do that.
Thank you, Trustee Williamson.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. If a student is nominated to participate in this and chooses not to, they don't have to, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Trustee Rawlings.
Thank you. Will this only be offered for core classes, or are we looking at electives and?
Yeah, this would be all teachers would be coming into classes 4 days a week, and students would be going through all of their schedule like they do now. So they do all of their classes now virtually. They continue to do that. They'd be just doing that from school.
Thank you, Trustee Pearson. I'm sorry, you're muted.
This is for Dr. Nye. If there was a need for more than 200 cohorts, what would it take to make that possible?
There are a couple things. We would need additional staff, I would say, would be one thing. Potentially additional facilities as well. So those would be, if we needed to expand it beyond the 200 cohorts, just off the top of my head, those would be two things that would be challenges going beyond that.
Thank you.
Trustee Williamson.
Thank you. Do you have any idea about what % of the time on Wednesdays is being spent with teachers talking individually with students? I'm sure it depends on the class and on the staff, but is there any way that that's being tracked or reported on?
We don't currently track that. It's something we could look at though, moving forward. Again, it depends on the class, like you had said. Different teachers are, and different students are utilizing that time differently. Some are utilizing it for makeup or retention time. Others are using it for more targeted intervention time, English language learner time. So there's a myriad of different uses for it. But no, we're not tracking how it's being used on Wednesdays.
Thank you.
Trustee Rawlings?
Thank you. How will quarantines and or positive cases be handled with the teacher as well as students?
So because we're in the cohort model, we would, each case is different, but, I would envision the cohort being shut down of the 10 students potentially, and the teacher would need to quarantine if a student or the teacher becomes positive.
Trustee Williams?
Thank you. So I'm looking at the slide 34 under red tier. So if we're red tier plus 5 days, we'll be able to transition phase 3 of our phase reopening plan for middle school and high school. I want to make sure this is a smooth transition. Will we need another meeting prior to this? Should we be thinking about scheduling another meeting so there's a smooth transition? Or right now?
Yeah, I'll ask Dr. Churchill to weigh in on this one, but my thought is I don't think potentially, we would need to meet other than the fact that, we want to meet to discuss some of the logistics, but we're going to continue to plan what that, red tier would look like as we're in this cohorting model. So I don't think planning will stop. So no, I don't think there's necessarily a need to have an emergency board meeting.
Yeah, I agree. We'll have some advance notice of the county going into the red tier. We have to hit those thresholds for case count and positivity percentages, and we have to maintain those metrics for 2 weeks before the governor moves us to the red tier. So we'll have a full 14 days to monitor that we're staying there, and then 5 more days to maintain in the red tier. So that's 2.5 weeks, nearly 3 weeks. We'll certainly be ready by that point in time. Dr. and I spoke to the logistics. In the updated CDPH directive, there is language about stable groups and not mixing. I think we'll be prohibited from running a traditional bell schedule at the middle school and high school level. So there may be some modification, but it's too soon for us to tell. We're still waiting for clarification from county and state public health on that. We were on a call on Tuesday this week where San Diego County Office of Education said that they were trying to get the same answers that we have on behalf of all districts in the county. So more to come, but we'll certainly know a timeline with enough running room to determine if there is something to bring back to the board, we can schedule it at that time.
Okay, thank you. And then what I'm also interested is, because we have current cohorts, will the current cohorts, will they need to be modified or be in quarantine because now they're going to be in new cohorts? So I want to make sure there's a smooth transition. We're throwing everything out there that we need to, for logistics, so that there's no hiccups.
Trustee?
Yeah, it's something to consider, but at this point in time, as Dr. Churchill mentioned, I think we'll continue to plan on that hybrid model and shifting to that when we're allowed to do so.
Trustee Rawlings?
Thank you. Mine's a follow-up to that as well. Will the middle school hybrid, as it's set up now, will that be more difficult to transition because of these cohorts, this cohort implementation?
No, because remember, they're staying with the schedule that they're currently in. They're not transitioning to the hybrid schedule at this point in time. They would be going through the schedule that they're currently in with virtual learning, distance learning that they're currently in.
Dr. Nye, that's my point, is that they're continuing under the distance learning schedule, whereas the middle school, once they go back to a hybrid, is a different schedule. Will doing
Yeah,
this make it more difficult to transition to that?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. So I have a couple questions. On student selection, Dr. Nye, if students on the initial list opt to not participate in this cohort program, will other students who maybe weren't initially identified on the list be invited to participate in their place?
Certainly tend to um, get as close to the language as possible, and we heard from the board.
I'm sorry, your audio is going in and out.
Sorry, it never fails. Can you
It's still a little bit
maybe?
patchy.
We intend is to bring as many students back onto campus into those stable cohorts as possible. So yes, the answer to your question is yes.
And then I had a question about options for students who aren't identified or selected in this cohort round. Would staff advise an environment that would allow students to come get scheduled in-person time, maybe during an office hours? I mean, so I was trying to figure out a useful way to utilize Wednesdays, but are there options for students who aren't identified or selected who maybe are having trouble, and then is there a way or an environment where the students could come in and get help in person during an office hours in some way where maybe the cohort is smaller?
Potentially, when I reached out to some folks that currently have this model, I think I don't think we're going to have issues with bringing as many students on that want to come on to campus in the stable cohorts. It seems that the districts that are running a similar model like this, there seems to be ample space.
Okay, Mr. Grove?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify if the question you were asking is whether students who are not in the cohorts, would they be able to attend in person on Wednesday? And the simple answer is no, because each teacher would have already been working with a fixed group, and this would violate that. So that would be the challenge with that. But to Dr. Nye's point, I think we're going to be able to accommodate everybody who wants to under the program as it's designed.
Okay, Trustee Williams?
How will parents be able to, or who do they contact? How is that going to be if they're identifying their student?
Yeah, our thought is to launch an initial interest survey, hopefully by the end of the week, potentially early next week, to all families that are interested.
And Mr. Grove, you have your hand up still. I just want to. So I had a question about the students who struggle with the transition to this cohort model, who struggle maybe with attendance. I know that there's the one approach where, this is sort of a privilege, but how can we make the approach be more compassionate to possible underlying issues that we may or may not know about? We don't want kids to fall through the cracks. So is there a sort of a net to catch some of the kids that continue to struggle to move into this cohort model?
I think we are certainly going to try to target those students that are most needy, and we feel like that they'll benefit the most by coming in. And that could be encouragement from counselors, administrators, teachers themselves to try to say, look, we think you'd be a great candidate for this program. We'd like you to come in, and definitely encourage those students that are most struggling to come in and benefit, because I think they're going to benefit the most in their routine and
Right.
getting up out of bed every morning and going to their classes, albeit virtual, and then also that connection with the teacher, one of their teachers on their schedule. So we'll do everything we can to message that's a positive thing, that this isn't hopefully going to be viewed as a punishment. It should be viewed as something that for some of our students is really a good positive reinforced thing where they're going to get the support that they need.
Right, and I guess I was, and thank you for that. I was thinking about ways that for students who are struggling with the transition, maybe not attending, even though they've been identified as maybe a possible red flag for something else. And so I just wanted staff to be mindful of that, and I'm sure staff will be, but I just want to reiterate and underline that if the kids aren't showing up, then maybe there's more to the story that we need to look into. The
Absolutely.
last question I have was related to slide 31. A comment about the grab and go lunches. It occurred to me as we were looking at it, will there be a way in advance for students to indicate either in Aries or some other way to let staff know that they'll be in need of a grab and go lunch so nutrition services can be adequately prepared?
Yeah, I'm not sure currently how that works. I think they're providing grab and go lunches for every student that comes to campus. So it is just they prepare it for as many students that will be on campus each day.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Williams?
My questions was kind of a follow-up on yours, your first one, or your one previous from the last. Can we also communicate to students? Because I could see that some students are not necessarily struggling with their class, but they're struggling mentally, and sometimes their parents are not aware. Is there a way that we could communicate to students that they could identify themselves?
Yeah, yes, we can work with principals on communicating out to secondary students, and they can do that a number of different ways.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
Trustee Pearson?
English language learner families, how will they be communicated in terms of the survey?
We always send home surveys in multiple languages. Spanish and English would be the primary languages our family, so we would communicate out with them, and then we could do follow up with our English language learner teachers that are working with those families as well.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands. Trustees, are there any other questions? Go ahead, Dr. Churchill.
All right, thank you. So just a quick reminder about the bundled mitigation measures we have in place on our campuses. When the new CDPH directive came out, they included the text that you see here on this slide. We pulled this from a couple of different sections, but the CDPH has said the same thing that we've been saying all along in consultation with our partners at UCSD and Health and Human Services. We know that a combination of layers are most effective and have been shown to decrease transmissions in a school setting. So that's layers of mitigation strategies, face coverings and stable groups and distancing, et cetera. So what the CDPH document in January did differently this time was they, for the first time, suggested that some mitigation strategies have stronger evidence supporting their use than others. And so they put this list together on the right-hand side of the screen, ordered with the most effective strategies at the top, though they do note that the top 3 items are likely of similar importance. So face coverings, stable groups, and physical distancing are now known to be the most important, or the most effective of the strategies, followed by ventilation, hand hygiene, symptom screening, and surveillance testing. So we reworked our visualization here. You recall before we used to lay all 9 of these items out in a horizontal line. Now we've put them into a grid with the most effective strategies per CDPH at the top. So you can see here that facial covering, stable groups, and physical distancing are the most effective. And then ventilation and filtration that we have in place, hand washing and sanitizing, symptom screening are important, and then surveillance testing, cleaning, disinfecting, and plexiglass or other barriers being important and certainly part of our comprehensive multi-layer approach, but maybe not as important as the ones near the top. So wanted to call your attention to that. Recognize that we are learning new things all the time. Public health learns new things all the time. What once was thought to be primarily transmitted via fomites and on surfaces. So we hired 16 new custodians. We invested in a lot of cleaning equipment, and many other school districts did the same. Now it turns out that frequent disinfection is not necessarily as important, because it's not surface transmission, it's aerosol transmission. As we've learned more about the virus, we've realized that that facial coverings continue to be the most important mitigation strategy. So all that is to say, we're going to continue to be flexible and adapt as we learn more. And this is, one good example of us learning more as we go. Questions before I move on to next steps and a few photos?
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes, with public health talking about these different items as far as prioritizing, did they say that one mitigation was better than another? Like, for instance, with the physical distancing. So when you're looking at less than 6 feet, but no less than 4, do they recommend that you ensure that a plexiglass is in that room to offset the less than 6 feet, for instance? And that's an example.
No, they did not. They indicated that each additional strategy decreases the risk of in-school transmission, and they were clear to say that no one layer is 100% effective, and they could not point to, is one use of face covering equivalent to 2 uses of hand hygiene and symptom screening, right? It's not that binary. They simply said that the top 3 are known to have stronger evidence supporting their use. Does that make sense?
Kind of, but I guess my question is that when, like, let's say you have stable groups, but that stable group is larger, should you ensure that there's a MERV filter in that particular classroom, where you may not need a MERV filter if you have a smaller stable group, for instance?
No,
You see what I'm saying? That one that you would want to ensure that you had an additional layer when circumstances would dictate through the top 3.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but no, there's not any discussion of that in the CDPH document.
Thank you.
Dr. Churchill, I had a quick question. We haven't had a conversation yet about the state's testing incentive. When do you anticipate staff will make a determination about whether we'll be seeking the testing incentive from the state or not?
I don't know yet. Mr. Grove, if you have any insight.
I was on a call today and was somewhat disappointed to hear that not only is there no bill yet that would provide this incentive, there's not even a sponsor that's been identified. So I'm not sure this is going anywhere.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions? Okay, seeing that there are none, Dr. Churchill.
Okay, so next steps then. In a moment, after I show you a couple of photos of some of our elementary campuses, we'll get feedback from the board. We're going to be, as Dr. Nye mentioned, soliciting student and parent interest over the next 2 weeks. During that time, we'll select and notify eligible students. Staff will have to do some work on each campus to adjust the daily bell schedule. As Dr. Nye said, we're going to want to move lunch to the end of the day after the 3 instructional blocks. We have talked to teacher leaders, and they were certainly concerned that we'd be upending the total schedule, and so we heard loud and clear from teachers that we're going to do our best to maintain the schedule as it is. We just want to compact the instructional time together so that students can grab a lunch and go. Just as our elementary schedule works, we do not want kids on campus having to take their masks off and eat together. So we'll make those adjustments. We'll determine things like appropriate campus monitor coverage. Our campus supervisors will need to make sure that we're not going to send 200 kids on a bathroom break together. We'll have to stagger those. So we may need a little bit of additional campus monitor or campus supervisor coverage, but we'll work through all those sorts of things. So tonight, again, in a moment, we'll just be asking the board to, let us know, are we on the right track? Is there anything else additional that you'd like us to consider? And I'm very careful when I say that because, as we've discussed before, we don't want to find ourselves in the situation that we're creating something brand new on the fly this evening. But we certainly are interested in your feedback. So, but if you'll indulge me for a moment, I did want to share a couple of photos. And so these photos were all taken by trustees, actually. Mr. Pearson and Ms. Williamson visited campuses. So I thank them for sending me some of their photos. So this is a photo from Kelly Elementary yesterday, I believe it was. And you can see the desks are all in rows over here. And, at this particular moment, they're all sitting on the carpet. But, that looks like school. Here's a picture from BV. Again, same situation. The kids are all spread out nicely, all wearing their masks. And it looks like school. It feels like school. Here's an example from Pac Rim. Again, you can see desks lined up, distanced suitably. This is a great picture. This is also at BV, one of the upper grades classes. They spent the weekend converting their library into a classroom. So trustees have asked about, are we using all available space? Yes, we absolutely are. And this is a case where they needed to form a new class, and they did that, and they used the library because that was the space they had available. Here's a picture at Kelly Elementary, also another newly formed class. And you can see there's probably 18 or 20 kids in this class. But the teacher, this may be a combo, I can't recall, but the teacher is actually Zooming with other students in another classroom. And so they're having some cross-class dialogue. We saw some great feedback from a number of principals that have teachers on a campus Zooming from one classroom to the other. Poinsettia, Mr. Devitt showed us an example of a 4-5 combo. The fourth graders in the room were working with the teacher. The fifth graders in the room were watching a live stream of the fifth grade teacher from across the hall. And so it was a really creative way to both use the technology and engage kids in a combo situation. So we were happy to see that. One more, this is Magnolia. And I love this picture. Each of our classrooms look different, and we have different furniture configurations in each classroom, for example. So you can see there's a number of kids using their Chromebooks. They've got headphones on. They're engaged in some type of work, while another group is here working. Presumably the teacher is there somewhere in the front of the room. They have all of the distancing that's required in all of their chairs, but they're using the space creatively. And I think it's really, this is a great snapshot of what our teachers do. They make do in some incredibly challenging circumstances, and they do it with professionalism, and they do it with creativity. And we're just really proud of the work our staff are doing right now, and we're really just happy to see our kids on campus. So with that, I will stop. I'll ask if there's any questions either about next steps or any specific feedback the board would like to give us, and we'll go from there.
Trustee Williams.
Thank you, trustees, for those photos. I haven't yet gotten to tour the classrooms. Which schools, or is it specific teachers that are doing the live streaming?
You mean in the elementaries?
Yes.
I don't know.
It's just, okay, so it's just like a handful. It's because I know you mentioned Poinsettia and Kelly.
No, I think there's teachers at every campus doing that for sure. But yeah, we haven't sort of captured that.
Okay.
That was anecdotal.
Thank you.
Trustee Williamson.
Is this the time that we're talking about the next steps, or is this just talking about the pictures? I'm not sure where we are.
I was asking for one last round of questions for staff, and then we can certainly jump into discussion.
And I apologize. I know the pictures probably took us away from the topic at hand, but I didn't know when else to share them. I was afraid the item would be over and we'd lose the chance. So,
thank you, Dr. Churchill.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I thought as soon as we're ready for discussion, I have something to say, but I have no further questions.
Go ahead, Trustee Williamson. Start us off. Thanks.
Okay. I truly appreciate staff's putting this together. I think that you took the guidance that we provided and and came up with a wonderful solution. I see bits and pieces of all the recommendations and the discussion that we had last week. So thank you for doing that. I recognize it's not ideal, that no one would think that COVID is not ideal. There's nothing that's happening that's perfect. And there are going to be, some students' needs, it's going to be, we're not going to be meeting everyone's needs by this, but I think that we will, I think that this is setting us in the absolute right direction, and that the students that are willing to step up and the families are willing to step up that are struggling, this will be a tremendous positive thing that will happen to those students that will help them get caught up. As I think visited 4 schools in the last couple of days, and the teachers over and over again. First of all, that it was wonderful to see all the students back in, and the teachers were happy and just very positive. But several of the teachers mentioned there is such a gap right now that it's going to be so challenging to ever close that gap. And I think that taking what you're proposing is going to help address that immediately in our secondary students. So I totally support it. I know that there are lots of details, and I don't want to get into the weeds. And so I'm not even going to ask you about a lot of the details because I think that staff can take care of that. But I think that it's a great step forward. So thank you very much. And I am supporting it.
Thank you, Trustee Rawlings.
I did have a question and then a comment as well. So can I do both?
Let's start with your question, because I have another trustee with his hand up.
Okay, my question was about the new Cal OSHA logging, and if that has been implemented, where anybody that coming and going in the classroom, and how that will be done as far as the logs are concerned when you have when the teacher's instructing a different class than the folks that are in person. I think that would be for Mr. Grove.
Yeah, that's in process right now. We'll be posting that as a part of our comprehensive safety plan by February 1st.
Okay, and but folks know that their responsibility would be to sign in and out if they go anywhere, even if they're in different classes or they're in a different cohort at the time.
The procedures are in the process of being developed, and they'll be a part of that comprehensive safety plan on February 1st. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Pearson?
I'd like to second Trustee Williamson's comments, as I will be supporting. The only area that I think it's not as much a concern, it could be a positive, is that if in the interest survey and the data that comes back about how many students need to be added to a cohort exceeds the 200 estimate, if you see the trend, I would hope start figuring out ways to accommodate that beyond 200, so we can get those students who are in need onto our campuses. And that's the only feedback I'd like to add to Trustee Williamson's comments.
Thank you, Trustee Pearson. I concur. Trustee Rawlings?
Thank you. I completely agree with Trustee Williamson. I think the system works the way it's supposed to. The board gave 30,000-foot guidance and oversight, and then staff implemented as they saw fit, and we were able to trust them to do that, and they did it in a very quick manner because they were able to feel the freedom, I think, of being able to make their decision and knowing that it would meet our guidance. So I'm thrilled with it, and I hope as many parents as possible that have the concerns with their students that they will sign their students up for this program. As you stated, Trustee Williamson, it's not ideal, but I do think that those folks that are looking to get their students on campus as soon as possible and to have that interaction with teachers, that this is what we can do for now. So I hope that folks will take advantage of it.
Thank you, Trustee Rawlings. Trustee Williams?
Thank you. I will be supporting this, and I also agree with Trustee Williamson. And thanks staff for the quick work. based on the direction that the board gave to create create this plan. And I know there's things that need to be ironed out, but we're in the right direction. We're going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rawlings. You have your hand up. Okay, thank you. And I echo the sentiments, and in the spirit of moving things forward, as we have a workshop following this item, I will reserve my comments just to say thank you, trustees, and thank you, staff, for the work you've done in such a quick turnaround time in these strange circumstances. So with that, trustees, I noted while we were in the process that the other caller joined us. I was going to, it's not our policy to go back and revisit, but we do have an agenda item at the end if our caller would like to hold on for item 5.0, where we have a continuation of oral communication. You're welcome to stay online. With that, staff has asked us to take a quick break between this item and our workshop, and so we'll come back at 5 minutes, 6:10. Thank you, trustees. It is now 6:10. Thank you, trustees. We are going to move to item 4.2, which is the board study session, career pathways and career technical education. As this is a study session, trustees, as you remember, our process is a little bit more informal. We call each other by our first names. I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Churchill to begin. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Nye. My apologies. Take it away, Dr. Nye.
All right. Thank you, President Jones and trustees and Dr. Churchill. I'll get my screen queued up here. All right, just quickly to frame the evening, we wanted to talk about some of our intended outcomes. We've divided it up into 4 parts, with the 4th part being the real meaningful part where we're allowing the trustees to have some much more in-depth conversations. We have some starter questions that we can to present to the board, and then obviously we'll listen to any discussion and determine some next steps as it relates to career pathways in Carlsbad Unified. Staff will present the first 3 parts, which is part 1 is really around the importance of the pathways, to talk about our current CTE pathways, some of our articulation agreements with community colleges, and then pathways during remote online learning. Part 2 will be our continuum of K-12 pathways in Carlsbad, internships and industry partnerships, some of our professional development that we offer for our CTE teachers, and then how we promote our pathways. And then part 3 will be around how we currently evaluate our pathways and the process we use to examine new pathways. So I just want to start by saying that over the past several years, we've worked diligently to expand our career pathways here in Carlsbad. We've worked closely with principals as well as our fantastic CTE teachers to refine our pathways so that they align with industry demand and industry standards. We appreciate the board's willingness to prioritize career pathways as an integral part of every child's education here in Carlsbad Unified. This is evident in our CUSD graduate profile, which states graduates navigate pathways that connect education and employment to a fulfilling, financially secure life. To that end, we continue to enhance career pathways and educational experiences that prepare our students for life beyond high school. We are excited to share some of the great things that are happening as they revolve around career pathways here tonight, and we look forward to board questions. Just quickly to go over some definitions, because it can be a little bit confusing. A CTE pathway is a program of study that involves a multi-year sequence. In order for it to be CTE, though, it has to be taught by a CTE credentialed teacher. That is a requirement of the state. And so and it must, in order for it to be a pathway, it needs to have at least 2 courses that are in sequence of each other. We also have CTE courses. Again, those are standalone courses. The purposes of those are hopefully they're building towards a pathway. And again, those criteria must be taught by a CTE credentialed teacher. And then for a larger umbrella, we do have pathways that don't fall into either of those categories. And we just call those CUSD career pathways. And they are 2 or more sequence of courses that tie in core academic knowledge and technical skills, but those aren't necessarily taught by a teacher that has a CTE credential. These would include CHS Film, as well as Sage Creek High School Engineering. So what are some of the benefits and what's the purpose of our career pathways? We think identifying students' strengths and interests and values. They explore a variety of career options. They connect instructional activities to areas of interest. They interact with businesses and the professional community, and they prepare for all of our students for life beyond high school. What does the data tell us around career pathways? There's a lot of information. This is a US Department of Education study. And in general, what we find is that students that are involved in career pathways that are CTE learners tend to outperform. They have higher graduation rates. They have higher rates of going to college. Just higher engagement rates in general. We also find that to be the case here in Carlsbad. So what you see here is a graph of students that took the SBAC in 2018-19. The two middle bars represent CUSD averages. So roughly 75% of our students meet or exceed English language arts status as measured on the SBAC. But if you're a CTE completer, that rate goes up to approximately 87%. So we find that students that are involved in CTE, they tend to be engaged in their curriculum, engaged in their work, and that translates over to core academics along with career exploration. You see that as well with our subgroups of population. So special education students tend to do better if they're involved in a CTE, as well as economically disadvantaged students, both math and English language arts. So I am going to be joined by two co-presenters tonight, and I do want to introduce them. We are very fortunate to have them both. I'd like to take a moment just to highlight the co-presenters this evening. Megan Arias is our Director of Secondary Education, and she is a dedicated and passionate director. Specifically, she's had an interest in building really strong, engaging, and relevant career pathways here in Carlsbad. She sits on several San Diego County subcommittees and work groups, many of which she chairs. She has also been instrumental in our district receiving millions of dollars in grants over the past several years, which she can talk a little bit more about later. And then one of those grants actually brought us Nicole Morse, the Strong Workforce Grant. We were able to hire Nicole. She was a teacher in our district who serves as our K-12 pathway coordinator. She's also supporting multiple districts, so San Diego, as well as Oceanside and Mira Costa. Nicole's in year one of her new role. She has also been a fantastic and amazing addition at starting to align our career pathways initiatives and expanding our partnerships with industries that include work-based learning opportunities, creating a regional collaboration around career pathways. And just an example of that, you know, we've had several conversations with Tri-City Medical, most recently with Aaron Bizak. We've been meeting regularly with Aaron, trustee person who set up that consortium, Nicole, Megan, myself, and we've really worked on ways of identifying how CUSD students can participate in job shadows, virtual field studies, meeting with experts from multiple fields that Tri-City employs. Having Nicole's position in place allows for greater alignment between our 3 school districts and Mira Costa. And it's also appealing for the industries that are out there, because before they'd have to go to multiple points of contact in districts. Now Nicole becomes that hub of the spokes of the wheel, where I know Aaron's been very appreciative to have that one person to work with. So we're fortunate to have them both on our team. I'd now like to introduce Director Arias, who's going to talk us through some of our career pathways here in Carlsbad.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for having me here tonight. So currently we have 16 high school CTE and career pathway teachers. We have 13 high school CTE in the career pathways, and 40 high school CTE and career pathway individual courses. So all of our high school courses are UC and CSU A to G approved. Our pathways do align with the San Diego high demand industry sectors. One of the new pathways is adding a digital photo pathway to Sage Creek High School. So that's one that's on the newer side. On the middle school side, we really focus middle school on exploring the different pathways, giving exposure to students that in courses that will lead into these high school pathways. So we do have broadcast journalism. We have a CTE teacher. We have 2 CTE teachers there at 2 of the middle schools, and we offer the course at all 3 middle schools, and that leads right into that pathway. At Calavera, we have the Project Lead the Way courses that lead to biomedical pathway and also our computer science pathway. And then we offer additional courses. So we have STEM courses and computer science courses. A new course at Aviara, we have a middle school teacher who just got his CTE credential and is now doing a construction and architecture class that can lead to both high schools, into our construction and wood pathway or into the architecture course at Sage Creek. We offer environmental science and digital photography classes as well. Okay, next slide, please. We now have 15 articulation agreements with Miracosta, Palomar, and Miramar. This has been an increase, and due to the hard work of our teachers. It does require our teachers to have to meet with the faculty at the Miracosta colleges and compare courses and make sure that our courses are the equivalent of the community college course. And that allows our students to get early college credit for these high school courses that they're taking with their high school teacher. This really allows students to see that they can be successful in the college course. And if they decide to pursue this pathway, they've already gotten some of those college courses out of the way. All of those college courses are also recognized by UC and CSU. And they're free of charge, so it also saves parents money. And an example on the right-hand side is just Miracosta Community College, which is our partner college. This is a snapshot of the enrollments in articulated courses over the last 4 years. So you can see since 2016, there was 80, and up to last year, there was 527. So we're happy to see the work that's been done for that. Thank you. And this slide shows you our current enrollments in both CTE courses as well as CTE and career pathway courses at both of our high schools. It shows over 2,000 students, or about 58% of our high school students are currently enrolled in a pathway or CTE course. And this is an increase of over 200 from last year. Thank you. We also want to point out that, our CTE courses, which are very dependent on project-based learning, really have had to do a lot of shifting and adapting, as all of our teachers have had to do, to revise and rethink their curriculum and rethink also how to include work-based learning experiences for our students. Many of our CTE teachers did attend a San Diego County Office of Education. They held sector collaboration meetings where they brought together CTE teachers from around San Diego to work together to redesign their distance learning and share best practices. And many of those teachers also participated in our Summer Institute. Next slide. You can go to the next slide, please. And although it has been challenging, our pathways have continued to find amazing ways to still be creative and allow our students to do projects. So for example, our business students still got to create their student-run businesses and participate in a trade show. It was just a virtual trade show this time. And we had one of our companies placed in the top 10 and another one of our companies called Mighty Masks placed in the top 200. And I wanted to highlight the Mighty Mask one only because they worked together with a bunch of our different pathways to create a children's book based on masks, and they made it into superheroes. And so each superhero had a different type of mask that they wore that came with the book. We had fashion pathway made the masks. The child development wrote the children's book, and the art did the pictures in the book, and then the business students coordinated the whole business project. So a great way to turn this current situation we're in into something positive as well. Also, our broadcast journalism pathway was nominated for the very prestigious Pacemaker Award for the 4th consecutive year for live news content. So nothing, not even a COVID could stop our broadcast journalism students. So we wanted to point that out as well. Okay, and next we're covering our K-12 career education pathway continuum. So we continue to build our K-12 college and career education continuum, really by building in opportunities for students to learn about work through career awareness and exploration experiences, really heavily focused on that in elementary and middle school, and learning through work in career preparation and training, using work-based learning and pathway experiences as students continue to refine their interests and as they progress through those grade spans. So really the goal is for the students to develop the self-awareness of their strengths and interests, gain that exposure to a wide variety of careers, and develop employability and foundational technical skills and soft skills, really so they're in a better position to make informed educational and career choices. Next slide. So here are some examples of these activities that we build in. We know that experience can be a great teacher, so we intentionally are bringing in these experiences to help students identify their interests and really build their confidence to know that they can do these jobs and jobs that they've never even heard of before, and really expose them to a myriad of careers out there. So in elementary school, students, as you have probably well aware, do BizTown, where they learn about careers and get to go become that person. They visit Carlsbad city government and learn about their jobs. They're bringing in guest speakers. They're doing projects like the IB projects at Jefferson. We've identified the environmental science internship that took place this year that Nicole Morsch found and brought to middle school and elementary, and their next step is high school. So they really take what they're learning in the curriculum and tie in situations where students can really learn about careers as well. And then in middle school, it continues, and they start to learn more about what their particular interests and strengths are by taking the RIASEC, learning more about themselves. And then we incorporate the experiences into the curriculum in the courses that they're learning. So every 7th grade student gets to go to Agua Hedionda lab or lagoon, and they conduct labs there, and it's tied exactly to the science standards that they're doing. This takes a lot of work on the front end because our teachers actually sit down with the people there and write these lessons together. So it really is tied together. That we've been piloting a program at San Diego Zoo where they learn about conservation careers and then have to do a project based on what they learned. That now this year is going to go to every 7th grade student as well. And then all of our 8th grader students then get to do a DNA lab when they're learning that module and unit. Before the COVID times, the actual industry people would come into the classroom to run those labs with our students. So I'm sure we'll be looking into doing that via Zoom this time. But really trying to take just the things that we are learning about and infusing careers into every opportunity that we can. This continues into high school. They continue to take inventories, continue to learn more about colleges and careers tied to their interests. They use Road Trip Nation to learn more about careers as well. They participate in industry tours, projects, and really try to fine tune their interests. And if one of those interests is one of our pathways, then they get a lot more experience in those pathways. You can go to the next slide. So here's an example of our pathways. In our pathways, when those students find that they are interested in them, our pathways are infusing a wide variety of work-based learning opportunities where students get to hear from guest speakers of a variety of careers. And here are listed just from our biomedical science, some of the guest speakers that they bring in. They also ask for feedback from these industry personnel. So they get to the students present their efficient emergency room designs to them and get feedback from people that work in the emergency room as they're building this project. So we really try to infuse that. There's also industry recognized certificates that we're continuously looking into. So a new one we just added is communication skills for business, and that is in our business pathway and is recognized out in industry. And you've heard about in the past our SolidWorks computer animated drawing certificate that you can get in our engineering design pathway at Carlsbad High School. So we are continuing to look for how to incorporate more of those certifications that industry recognizes. Next slide. So as students are participating in our career pathways, along with these work-based learning experiences, we're really looking for opportunities where students can work with these industry partners more. So not just have them as a guest speaker, but looking for projects where they can help contribute or even be more involved with and get their feedback. So we have a few courses called Work Experience, and that's where the students are actually out working and getting high school credit. So that would be business environments where they can get either a paid or non-paid internship and get high school credit. Developmental psychology of children community classroom. A lot of those students will be out working in preschools. And then we also have our internship course, which is separate from our pathways, but that's where a lot of students take that course as well to get internships that interest them. So below that is just some examples of our broadcasting journalism pathway, where students are partnered with industry to help them produce a project or interact with industry professionals. A more recent one is piloting of a groundbreaking green screen special effects technology that our students, because of the connections that had been made before with this pathway, they even reached out to our students and got them involved in that. So we were always looking for, internships are what we want to definitely increase. But even if it isn't an actual internship, we're still looking for those opportunities where students can work with industry personnel or get their feedback. The whole goal of all of this is really, again, to give exposure to our students to all the different jobs that are out there. We want them to learn about jobs that require only a high school diploma, a 2-year degree, a trade school, 4 years of college, or beyond 4 years of college. We want them to know everything that's out there, as well as give them information on the labor market. And so the more contact with industry professionals we can bring them, then they get to hear more about those experiences and opportunities for them. Next slide. Okay, and here's an example of the professional development and teacher externships that we do with our teachers, counselors, administrators, and staff. So we've done a wide variety of trainings. These have included training them on the 12 essential elements of a high quality pathway. That is what all of our career pathways are evaluated on when it comes to the grants that Dr. Nye was talking about. So we're constantly, the goal is to work to improve in each of those 12 areas. We do trainings with them on work-based learning, on marketing of pathways, on labor market information. We do a lot of work with MiraCosta, that's our partner community college. So they'll bring us labor market information. We do tours with our counselors, our administrators, our teachers, so that they can see the inside of those classes at MiraCosta, see that what they will be learning and the equipment that they use as they articulate with the classes. We do specific trainings for each pathway. So whether it's Project Lead the Way specific training, or our engineering design teacher wanted to be able to do the SolidWorks certificate training. Well, he had to get trained, and it was a long training, 14 days of training that he had to go through, but now he's certified to test students and give out that certification as well. Another thing that our teachers have done is teacher externships. So these are really exciting because our teachers then get to go and work with industry and get trained on the latest technologies that they're using. So our digital photo and business teachers have done an externship with Sony Electronics. Our business also did the OtterBox one, and our biomedical teacher did the Illumina Genomic Discoveries program. And that's where, she was trained on the equipment that they actually use. And then the company gave her the equipment that she got to take back to her students. She got to teach her students how to use the equipment, and they got to keep the equipment. And she was really 1 out of 8 schools in San Diego County that had a chance to do that. So that was, again, the whole goal is we want our pathways to be really current on what industry is doing and learning about. And so a lot of that grant money is used to continue their professional development, to let them have money to purchase the most up-to-date software, technology, equipment, to make sure that what we're teaching students is relevant to what's going on in industry. Thank you. Next slide. And I will now turn it over to Nicole Morsch.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's very exciting to get to talk about all these wonderful things that are happening and exciting to be on this journey. So, as Megan mentioned, there's a lot of different components to the career technical pathway, but we want to continue to promote them and make sure that students know about them, that they know about the different things that we offer at the high schools and middle school level. And one of the things that looks like is a collaboration and communication piece. So communicate pathway information to stakeholders, have recruitment practices. One of the things we have coming up for that in February is our career education night, where we have industry that comes as well as guest speakers and labor market statisticians from the Center of Excellence that talk about jobs that are very high priority, high paying jobs in San Diego County and the skills that students need to get those jobs. And they can ask questions of people that are experts in specific fields. So that's an event that parents and students and community members can attend to learn more about that. As far as pathway messaging in terms of what we offer in our courses, one of the things that we're doing as of right now is updating all of our pathway flyers. So as CTE continually evolves at the state level, and then evolves at our local and regional levels in terms of being in sync with the latest market information, we always have to update sometimes the terminology of the course, or, as pathways grow or evolve, we're updating those different elements of the course. So you can see there's a picture there of one of our updated flyers for biomedical sciences, and I can kind of go into more detail about that in a minute. And then the other part of promoting pathways, of course, is the student and parent marketing. So celebrating fun, exciting events that they have, whether it be CTE month, it is nationally recognized actually next month in February, or showcasing some of the wonderful things that they do. So in the spring every year, the high school CTE programs have a spring showcase where they are able to invite their industry partners and mentors that work side by side with them throughout the year. And they showcase projects that they've completed or portfolios or certificates that they've earned, and talk with industry about that process. Next slide, please. These you might have seen before. These are some infographics that are actually on the Sage Creek CTE website, but they are showing the two of the pathways they have there, the engineering and the biomedical. And because Sage Creek, of course, has the trimester program, they're able to oftentimes to offer more courses. So their biomedical and engineering pathways both have 4 courses in the pathway. And what's nice about these infographics is they give, I think, just enough information in pictures and in writing to grab an audience, but also provide students with the information that they need to want to maybe take the course. They say, what is a pathway? Why would you take it? They talk a little bit about what is involved in the class and some of the soft skills that you also learn, like creative thinking, communication, collaboration. And then they show the sequence of the classes that you take, as well as putting a link on the bottom with where you can find out more information about that particular pathway. So this is something that our students utilize to learn more about the pathways and something that might be a great fit for them. Next slide, please. So this is a better, more detailed look at one of our updated pathway flyers. So it gives an overview on the top there of what the class is about, or the course. In this case, it says Biomedical Sciences prepares students for careers in healthcare. Topics covered include biotech, biotechnology, patient care, public health, and medical research laboratories. And then across the top, they tell the name of the courses and the order. What I think is important about how this information is laid out is it also includes information about which courses articulate, meaning the courses that they will be able to take at MiraCosta or they get credit for, as well as the work-based learning component, student certifications that they may be able to earn, and leadership opportunities. Like, for example, in this particular pathway, there's a biomedical sciences club that they have, as well as Science Olympiad at SAGE. So it's nice that it gives a lot more information in terms of the comprehensive parts of CTE and not just what it might say on their schedule. On the back of the flyer, and it's a little covered there, Dr. Churchill, if you click on that link at the bottom, it'll actually pull up I don't know if it'll let you, but it'll pull up the flyer itself. And I won't let you. That's okay. I can just describe it. No biggie. On the back, it gives not only the links for different colleges in our region, because of course we're very college rich here in San Diego region, associate's degrees, 4-year degrees, and certificates. And then it also on the bottom, in addition to giving those RIASEC skills at the very bottom there that you would need, it gives a list of jobs both at the post-secondary, whether or just an associate degree, or maybe you just finished high school. There's some jobs listed there as what you're going to make and your typical entry-level education you would need for that. So it gives students a little slice of what's out there. Next slide, please. All right. So this is talking a little bit more about the middle school piece, because of course, middle school is where we're focusing a lot of our efforts right now in terms of getting kids more exposure to career exploration, starting to think more intentionally about their strengths and their values and their interests and how they connect those strengths and values and interests to careers. So one of the things that we've been working on is a career awareness curriculum that we're piloting this year in advisory. And those lessons start with having the students take some self-evaluation surveys. We talk about the Holland codes and the RIASEC and how certain personality traits might lend themselves to having interest or showing interest or promise in a specific career. And then they explore some of those careers that are out there and look at the types of skills and training that they would need to pursue that. In addition, there's going to be, opportunities, as there already are, for students to meet with industry professionals. This year, it's primarily virtual, but as we've seen, this isn't stopping the teachers from making those things happen. Last month, we had a middle school science teacher at Valley that had all of her classes go through and meet with several scientists, one from Germany, one from Scotland, that zoomed in and spoke with the students about some of the scientific principles they were doing in genetics. And ironically, something like this virtual universe lended itself to this unique opportunity where they were speaking with people in Germany and Scotland. So I'm sure that was a very engaging piece for them. And in addition to those virtual guest speakers, what we're looking to do is have the students come away with kind of a little digital portfolio, for lack of a better word. You can see a picture of it there. Of things that they've gathered, whether it be interest skills, maybe links to certain jobs that they find interesting, kind of a collection of thoughts that they have as they leave middle school and go into high school. And the purpose there would be, we still want to maintain that flexibility of middle school students where they can take whatever elective they want and they can explore all these different things, but having kind of more that intentional thought when they are starting high school of, this might be a good pathway for me, or I really have noticed that these particular skills are something that come up really strong in my personality tests, and I find that I might do really well in a digital media pathway, for example. So, giving them some of those things to think about as tools for their toolbox as they go into high school. Next slide, please. So this year for elective selection, as you can imagine, it looked very different because typically the kids get much more hands-on access to the high school students, whether it is, elective classes coming down and doing presentations or doing site tours. We're doing virtual tours, of course, this year, but there was a presentation that was made to all the 8th grade students and families virtually. And you can see here in each of these lockers that the students could click on, they were offered an opportunity to look at different clubs that existed at each high school, how the selection process works. There was messages from the teachers in video format, and specifically the pathways at each school were mentioned along with video profiles so that the students could have a better idea of what was offered and what might appeal to them as they started high school. And again, we really do love the concept of them exploring all these different opportunities. As Megan mentioned, this is free education, right? So rather than paying a high price tag for a course and realizing you don't really like it, this is an opportunity for them to experience these things. But at the same time, positioning students to make more informed educational choices as they transition to high school, or having some sort of action plan of things that they may want to try, I think makes for a much more purposeful transition. Next slide, please. So one of the things we talk about with pathways is how do we evaluate them and how do we create new pathways? And as Megan mentioned, we are required to evaluate the pathways each year. We do that annually using this 12 elements of a high quality CTE program. So that's something that we do to make sure that the pathways are sequenced correctly and the instruction is representative of local business community partnerships. We make sure that our work-based learning is offering students the most up-to-date and relevant labor market information if there's something in the job market that has evolved or changed. And so that's something that we have to do each year to satisfy the grant requirements so that we get funded for these programs. In addition, the results are reported to an advisory board. So once we do these evaluations, we report them to an advisory board and we get their input on the areas that need improvement. This is called a comprehensive local needs assessment, and that was something that took place in November of this year. All right, so based on that assessment that where we gathered information and addressed some of those strengths and needs, these were some of the outcomes that were discussed and identified at our advisory board meeting. So in November, there was 45 members of staff, industry, parents, and students. And it shows some of the strengths of our pathways. And then there were some actions. So updating our social media, websites, marketing videos came to light. We want to do more of spotlighting or showcasing the work that's being done as well as the student achievements. And then in terms of increasing career education at the middle school, that was something that came up in terms of having students get access and explore some of these notions and ideas earlier than 9th grade. So that's where we came into piloting this middle school curriculum, as well as giving the students kind of more opportunities to think about those things and relate them at the middle school years. Increased work-based learning experiences for students is always something that CTE is trying to make happen because, I mean, let's be honest, that's the the meat of what really hooks the students in. That's the thing that really gives them that rich real world learning experience. And so whether it be industry partnerships where industry comes into the classroom or students go out and do internships within the community. In this case, we're doing a lot of virtual field trips and Zoom panel discussions, but it's definitely something that's still taking place despite unique circumstances. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the thing that uniquely drives CTE to evolve, right? So as our labor market evolves and our workforce trends evolve, that guides our pathway development because we can't have students taking courses or learning elements in an out-of-date pathway that doesn't then directly prepare them for careers. So we have 7 high priority sectors is what they're called in San Diego County. And we actually in the high schools in Carlsbad Unified offer pathways in all 7 of those priority sectors. So the ones here in San Diego County are advanced manufacturing, education and human development, energy, construction and utilities, life science and biotechnology is very strong in North County, healthcare, information and communication technologies and digital media, and then our public administration and our education actually, our business actually falls under there. So these are high priority sectors, and this is where we try to focus our pathway development in terms of making sure that, whether it be education or healthcare or information, these are students that are being prepared to make a living wage in San Diego in a high wage, high growth industry where there will be jobs available for them. Next slide, please. One of the things that we do in terms of linking up with the industry is we work with the Center of Excellence and we work with the San Diego Workforce as well as other groups to provide labor statistics for us. One of the things they provide looks like this. There's a San Diego labor brief. So these come out regularly and are updated regularly with kind of palpable information that students can handle. So it'll have some pictures of what advanced manufacturing even looks like. And then it'll talk about, this is about the average income that you can make. Here are some sample employers here in San Diego County. So rather than just kind of a generic list, this is, here are people that have companies here in San Diego County. You can work for Raytheon or you can work for General Atomics. And then it talks at the bottom there of, do you like to work collaboratively or do you like to analyze things? So again, this goes back to that RIASEC or more soft skills or interests where students who've spent some time thinking about that say, yes, I do like thinking collaboratively, or I do like interesting and challenging work. This might be a good pathway for me. This might be something I could do when I go into the workforce. On the right-hand side of this flyer, they give they break it down into high school diploma and post-secondary training certificate or associate's degree or higher. So that top box that's white is if you just graduate high school. You can start these jobs sometimes with maybe like a certificate or something or nothing. And then the gray box indicates you would need an AA degree or possibly a higher degree to do one of those professions. And then if they, need more information, they give you some links for that. But what's nice about these is they are updated regularly. Just recently, we took the 2016 and 2018 data off of the flyers we had and just updated it with the 2020 data. So it gives students a realistic picture. Next slide, please. So how do we get new pathways to happen at the site level, at the district level? Well, new courses or pathways can be identified from a teacher, department administrators, or student requests. When that happens, research is done on the curriculum, the budget considerations, post-secondary options. So are there classes that would be offered that link up with these pathways potentially in our community college system? We, of course, look at the labor market information. We want to make sure that it is something where we're preparing students for a job that will be available, high paying, high living wage. And we do research on teacher credentialing, because those credential requirements with staff do play a part in terms of whether it is an official CTE recognized course or not. Then we do a lot of surveys, interests, board approval, of course, and UC doorway submission for final approval before the course is offered. So it's typically a long process to get a new pathway started. There's a lot of research and development that goes into it. Right now, I'm on the board with Oceanside Unified. They're trying to start 2 new pathways there, and we're in the end of year 1 of what will be a 2-year process involving community members, labor market industry, et cetera, just to try to identify whether or not these 2 pathways will get off the ground. So examples, business pathway, as Megan mentioned, we just are adding a new course and modifying that pathway so that the completer of that pathway is going to be different. We have a new teacher that just recently got certified, CTE certified, at the middle school level. So we have that new architecture and building course. And then whether it be, our engineering or our film screenwriting, dual enrolled course with MiraCosta Community College to expand the pathway. We try to look for opportunities where if we can have it articulated, where it's taught by a teacher in the district, that's a great way for students to get college credit for free. But in cases where it needs to be taught, or the only way that we can offer it is to have a college teacher teach it, then it would be dual enrolled, which means that it's taught by a college professor at MiraCosta or one of the community colleges that we're aligned with. Next slide, please. All right, these were some of the questions that came up at
Yeah, I could probably jump in here. Thank
yeah,
you,
okay,
Nicole.
thank
We
you.
appreciate it. As the board subcommittee met, these were some guiding questions that came out of that subcommittee meeting. I believe Trustee Williamson and Trustee Pearson were on that subcommittee, so we wanted to just kind of frame those up for you. There's certainly places we could start, and we'll be taking notes and moving forward. But potentially, what are the areas, or what areas of our K-12 education continuum need refinement or additional support? Question 2, are there data points we should be measuring beyond what we already measure with our success indicators? Are we marketing and communicating enough around our career pathways? Do we want to develop a more refined process for developing or growing pathways? And lastly, I believe this question was raised by President Jones. Are we interested in potentially a 3-year career pathway strategic plan that could be reviewed annually by the board, similar to what we do with our technology plan? So with that, we're happy to turn it over to President Jones for any next steps or questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nye, and thank you, Rob and Nicole and Megan. Since we're in workshop, we are a little bit less formal. So thank you very much for the preparation of that. And thank you to the 2 board members, Trustee Pearson and Trustee Williams, for helping develop the thought around this. I guess initially, trustees, are there questions for staff on the presentation given? So, okay, Trustee Williams.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for contributing and all the data information. Okay, so the slide is on 21, the teacher professional development. Is all these items done annually? Is it done, how is this included, or in terms of professional development for each course or pathway?
Yeah, I think we've given you a list of different items. They're not all of these items that are done annually. For example, the 12 essential elements of a high quality pathway was a professional development that took place over 2 years. But no, these aren't all annual things that we do.
So are there, in terms of being competitive, and I know you're talking about how teachers are working with sector, labor sectors, and or is it done annually? Anything done annually, or is it just as they see when teachers need professional development?
Yeah, it depends on the, the pathway that's being offered, but, I think as Mrs. Director Megan had said, the SolidWorks certification was something that came up. The teacher was interested in it, and we sent them to be certified and get that training. So it comes up either organically by the teachers themselves in the industry. Sometimes, we'll hear about externships that teachers can participate in. We offer those to the teachers when they're available. So I think they're, unless Director Arias or Nicole could think of other things that we do on an annual basis, these are hit or miss based on the circumstances.
I can speak to the SDCOE, the CTE sector collaboration and the collaborative lesson. Those are actually things that meet pretty regularly, probably every couple of months. Interestingly enough, one of the things that is easier to facilitate in a remote universe, because we're doing it via Zoom with people across the county and from different districts. So what we do have CTE Leaders Network meetings virtually once a month. And that's when we share best practices. And that's been very helpful, certainly with how much these classes and programs have had to pivot this year. And then, like I said, the sector collaboration is where teachers from specific sectors can come together and share best practices, since CTE is such a diverse group of core areas. So the only one we haven't been able to figure out is how to do welding virtually. That one we haven't been able to figure out yet.
Thank you.
Trustee Pearson.
For staff, our partnership with MiraCosta College, does that include the Technology Career Institute?
That would be, we've had students and teachers who have toured over there to check that out and get more information on it. Our partnership, we meet with them quarterly as well to, again, just identify what professional development we want to offer for teachers, what tours we want to offer for our students. So those conversations are ongoing. And I know that in the past there's been some visitation there, but not this year. We haven't done that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Rawlings.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. It was very enlightening to get a better understanding of our career pathways. One of the questions I have is, one of you mentioned credit for work experience, and I wanted to know if you could explain that a little more, like which pathways has an option to where you could have a job and actually get high school credit for that job? And what type of jobs are we talking about?
So that was on slide 20. And so these are opportunities that are in the pathways. So business environments is where a student would go out and get an internship that could be paid or not paid. And the teacher, they meet with the teacher still during the week to make sure that they're getting training on just, the essential skills that are needed when you're on that job, check in with them, turn in their hours, but they are getting high school credit for having a paid or unpaid internship through that. And then with the developmental psychology of children community classroom, that community classroom is finding places for those students to go out and work in the field. Typically that's been at local preschools where they're actually working in the preschool and getting credit. The teacher though is overseeing that whole process, checking in with students as well. Internship is a separate course. It's only at Carlsbad High School right now, but students who take that course are going out and finding internships. It's not part of the pathway, but I wanted to highlight because that is a course that students can get internships.
So can I follow up on that? So business environments. So what would be a business environment? Like, I don't know, retail store or something like that?
Yeah, it could be a variety of different places. So it's either a place that the student wants to work or that a teacher is helping to facilitate and find a place.
So then I'm taking this class, let's say I'm taking I don't know, I'm taking a business class at school, and then after school I'm going to that job for, let's say, 4 hours. Is that how it works? Or is it if I'm checking in with like an advisory teacher and outlining my work hours?
Yeah, I don't have the specifics. I could find out the specifics from the high school principal and that teacher. But yeah, the hours could vary. They do have to check in with the teacher though to be accountable for those hours.
Thank you.
I had a quick follow-up on that, Megan. Is that, so the first two bullets you said are offered at both high schools, or I guess at CSA and CVA as well, or, and then the internship is Carlsbad specific?
All of those are actually at Carlsbad High School. The business environments is within that business pathway, and developmental psychology of children is in the child development pathway. And then the internship is at Carlsbad. So all three of those are at Carlsbad High School.
And a quick follow-up, are there opportunities like this in the work experience equivalent at Sage Creek?
Not in courses in the pathway that it's built in.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pearson.
Do we have any partnerships with any of the military branches?
We do have military that come into our high schools to talk to students about the military. And that's done through our counseling department that sets that up.
And just to follow up, other than them coming in, do they offer any tours to like Camp Pendleton to look at some of the different disciplines within, in this case, probably the Marines and the Navy, but you know, we have such a large military presence in our county. Just was wondering.
In the fall, when we did a virtual, the counselors did a, excuse me, the high schools did a virtual college and career fair. And the way that that functioned was students and parents could log in and then access a number of virtual rooms, so to speak. And I know there was some military representation vendors that students could click on and learn about via video or connecting to a link, like a live link.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Williams.
Thank you. Do we have numbers of students who have actually completed a pathway, and then which pathways?
Yeah, I believe Mrs. Arias does have some of that information that we included as far as pathway participation and then pathway completers.
Yeah, and we can compile all of that data and get it to you broken down by pathway as well, if you like. We just had that one slide that has that shows how they performed, but we can get you data on number of pathway completers per pathway.
Okay, is there one that stands out in terms of what's being completed the most?
Well, right now we have the most students in digital media. But one of the things to consider in terms of pathway completion also is some of the pathways are 2 courses, and some of them, for example, at Sage Creek, they're on trimester. They have 4 courses in the 2 that we outlined, the biomedical and the engineering. So you only need 2 classes to count as a CTE pathway, but they vary in terms of the number of courses.
Right. But we don't have the numbers of completers right now. We just have to request that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes, when I look at slide 10, and could you tell me out of those pathways, which ones could you end up with a certificate or license or something along those lines at the end of high school, where you could actually get a job out of high school from these pathways?
The engineering design pathway at Carlsbad High School, you can get a certificate in SolidWorks, which is recognized by industry. And also now in our business pathway, you can get a certificate as well from business communication.
And what type of job could that lead to? Either one of those out of high school?
The SolidWorks certificate, it can lead to a job. I don't have the exact job titles in front of me, but also the business certificate that would be recognized as being beneficial for business communications in a variety of jobs. But those teachers, I know that they do have the list. That's part of those posters and marketing information that Nicole was talking about. Those are also given to teachers so that they're communicating as, about the certificates that students are getting with the specific occupations they can get.
But that's, I just wanted to clarify that those lists, that these are the things you could do right out of high school, not that you'd still have to go to college and get a degree in that area to get a job.
Yes, correct. So that's part of our marketing revisions that we're doing around all of our pathways. We want to include all the information that if you're following that pathway, what jobs can you get right out of high school with a high school degree, with the 2-year degree or 4-year plus.
Thank you.
Trustee Pearson?
I just wanted to do a follow-up question to Veronica regarding measurement of our career pathways. Is there going to be further? Well, let me put it this way. I'd like to second Veronica's question on that. So my question is that to President Jones, to Claudine, are we going to do a thumbs up if we want them to come back to requesting completion rates for each of the pathways? Is that a thumbs up?
Sure, we can do a thumbs up.
Okay.
My thought was when staff has 5 questions they want us to respond to, and then we were going to ask, I think, Mr. Grove to take notes on requests to consider on a Google Doc that we'll share with the group at the end. So if you wouldn't mind documenting those, thank you for reminding me. Trustee Pearson, Trustee Rawlings, or sorry, I'm sorry, Trustee Williams, and then Rawlings.
Thank you. Okay, so I looked at what slide was it? I think it was slide 25. Was it 20? It was the list where, yeah, it was 25. Okay, so these are the items that are completed middle school, and I know in the high school. So after the RISIC evaluation and the strengths interest inventories, how do the students and parents review the data?
Well, at this point, since we're just piloting at the middle, are you talking about the middle school specifically, or middle and high school?
So I'm looking at the RISIC and the strength inventory.
So at the middle school level, they look at the RISIC, and then they also look at other similar surveys like Gardner's multiple intelligences and things that will identify areas that they're not only passionate about, but that they're good at, where they have a propensity for a specific area. And then they save those results with screenshots in a digital portfolio. And then that digital portfolio, it's essentially a slide deck, would then stay with them in their Google Classroom as they carry forward to high school. And one of the things that we're doing right now is we're in conversation with the high school counselors to try to do some vertical planning between middle and high school to see if that will link up with the work that they do at the high school level, where they have students take high school appropriate inventories in Naviance, which is a different platform. And then those indicate similarly areas of strength or areas of interest that would then link up to careers. So one of the things that we're having conversations about is how to line up some of the work that we're piloting at middle school with what they do at high school.
I have a follow-up, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So is there any type of communication to parents or students to say, your son, your daughter took the RISEC. Here's the results. It's in here, in wherever electronic, have a conversation with your student about the results. Is there anything like that, either for the RISEC test, the RISEC evaluation, or for the strength interest inventories?
My understanding is that the middle school, no, but I will note that because I always like to have open communication with the families. But I believe, and Megan, you can talk to this, I'm not as familiar with how the emails get sent through Naviance to families.
Yeah, I know the counselors have done each year have done Naviance nights around that, where they actually have the parents log in and the student and show them exactly where those inventories are and the results are, so that they can go in there and discuss with their students. And I could find out, if there's additional communication that they send out. But yeah, that would be something we would definitely want to make sure that parents are aware of when it's happening. And to know when to go in to look at it, so they can have those conversations. That might have occurred. I'm not sure at the site level, but I know that they've held parent nights and recorded them to send out.
And so Megan, you're referring to the strength interest inventory on Naviance.
Correct. So at high school level, they're taking those several inventories in Naviance.
Okay.
And then once they're looking at their results, they do fill out a reflection paper on that. The counselors have developed some career lessons around that they're going in and giving to the students. The students reflect on their interest and record them. And then they also go into Road Trip Nation and look more into what areas they were interested in.
Trustee Williams, we apparently have middle school counselors watching at home, because I just got a text from one of the middle school counselors that said we send home info about advisory activity each week in our weekly email blast that goes home to families about what we covered that week in advisory with our career lessons. So it's probably not specific to the student, which is something that we can look at. I like that open model of communication, but they do get an email update of what was discussed so that they can have those conversations with their kids.
Perfect, thank you.
Trustee Rawlings.
Thank you. Is there any option for a student to engage in independent study on a particular topic and still get credit for it? I'm thinking, I know a lot of students right now are interested in becoming YouTubers, for instance, that would kind of fall into the broadcasting area. But what if somebody had a podcast or a YouTube channel that they wanted to work as an independent study under one of these pathways? Is that possible?
I would just, I know the business pathway does allow students to create their own businesses. Sage Creek also has their Genius Project. That might be an area, it's not in a pathway, but it might be an area where they pursue that, but not, Genius Project would be another route, but not anything in a CTE pathway that we have for independent study.
Thank you. I have a quick question. I know that we have a number of students taking AP courses, and I know that College Board has done some work on mapping AP courses to future careers. Have we considered including those in our career pathway discussion, since we have such large penetration in those classes offered? Dr. Nye.
Could you clarify if you're meaning including more AP courses in the pathway, or what you were referring to?
So having gone through it with my eldest, on the big future and college board, they talk about like if you take these AP courses, these map to a certain career interest. And so I guess we have a number of AP offerings, and so I was wondering if there was an effort to try and sort of map those for kids of interest to say, look, the AP course you're taking or these set of AP courses could lead to this career.
Yeah, we can check on that. I would imagine AP teachers are doing that now as teachers or as students are taking AP calculus as an example. I would think that those teachers are also having conversations about how that feeds into a specific profession, but we can check with them as to how that occurs and if that occurs intentionally or if there's some things that we could do to bolster that. I initially thought you were asking along the lines of what Megan had said as far as integrating our AP classes into an existing pathway. So yeah, okay. I think I understand the question.
Thank you. Trustee Williams.
Could you, I'm sorry, so I'm looking at slide 10 and I'm comparing it with the list of pathways with the enrollment numbers. And there's some that are not included. And then I also looked at Carlsbad High School's website, and so they're all different. So I wanted to just to clarify which pathway is at which school and lists the, okay. So I've got biomedical science, that's at Sage Creek.
Mm-hmm.
Business is at Carlsbad High. Broadcasting is Carlsbad High, along with child development and computer science, but there's also computer science at Sage Creek.
Mm-hmm.
Then I see 3D design. What is that? Which one is?
That's engineering.
That's just an individual CTE course, so it's not part of a
So
pathway.
it's just a course, okay.
But it's listed on that enrollment because it's part of the CTE total participants. But it's an
Okay,
individual
but that's
CTE course.
Part of CHS engineering design?
No, it's a course at Sage Creek High School, and it's
Creek.
just a standalone individual course.
Okay, so
But
it's
it is a
course,
CTE
it's not a
course.
pathway. Okay, then I have digital photo, but it has photography. Okay, digital photography at both Carlsbad High School and Carlsbad High School. Then I see engineering at Sage Creek, and then on engineering design at Carlsbad High School. Then I see architecture. Is that also a course?
That's a standalone course at Sage Creek High School. It is a
Sage Creek.
CTE course and a CTE teacher, but it's not part of their
But
path.
it's not a pathway, it's just a course. Okay. Then fashion design at Carlsbad High, film academy at Carlsbad High, and then I see wood and construction, but then I see construction and building trades.
Yes, just because it's commonly referred to as wood. So I wanted to make sure.
So it's
But yes,
construction and building trades, and that's at
And
Carlsbad High,
that's a
and that's a pathway.
pathway.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Rawlings.
Yes, I think, Nicole, I think you mentioned that you have been doing some work with Oceanside Unified. And my understanding is some other districts around us are opening up career pathways in some of the trades. Is that something that we do in the North County? Do we work with other school districts, not necessarily just Maricosta, but Unifieds in our area where we can, where classes or pathways can be pursued in other districts while students would remain Carlsbad students?
Well, it's an interesting question given our current culture with many things being offered virtually. I guess that would be a possibility. But what typically happens if a course is not something that can be offered and or articulated with our what they call home community college, which is Maricosta, is then that student can take that course in theory through maybe Palomar. Like we have some articulation agreements with other community colleges in the event that they don't have that course available at Maricosta, but it's typically done through at like a community college level. It wouldn't necessarily be done at another high school. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, my understanding is like Vista and Oceanside offer some more of the trade
Mhm,
type courses and or pathways.
mhm.
And I just didn't know if some of that could be offered or available to our students.
Yeah, we currently don't have any partnerships with neighboring districts and allowing our students to take courses in other districts. We'd have to look into even if that's allowed. I don't believe a student can be enrolled in two districts at once. So we'd have to
Mhm.
figure out some creative solutions on
And
how that works.
the reason I ask is that if I recall that the career pathway grant in general, I thought that was like a North County grant that we all kind of pitched in to work on. And so I was just thinking that we could all kind of benefit from it if we wanted to.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. I think the nexus behind that was to align industry to allow for opportunities for internships in San Diego County, but it's another angle that we had never considered, is allowing students to be able to participate in potentially a pathway in another district.
Thank you.
Trustee Williams.
Sorry, I'm on slide 28 in terms of the evaluations. What happens if a pathway needs improvement, is either decreasing in numbers of students or needs to be more competitive in the market?
That's where, with these 12 elements of high quality pathway, each year we have the teachers, they have to go through and evaluate their pathway, identify areas of need, and that's where that grant money goes to support that area of need. So you asked about professional development every year. Well, if that's something that they need to shift to, or if they needed more help with a new curriculum that they wanted to implement, then we would identify that as a need and write that in our grant that we are supporting that pathway with professional development for that year or curriculum training. Um, and that's what we have to use those grant money for, to improve and meet these 12 elements.
So when you say improve, that means you could be modifying the pathway and courses?
Correct. And that does happen. So, our teachers are evaluating when we do share that labor market information, they're going back to their pathway to see, if they want to incorporate something new, if they want to look at an industry recognized certificate. Our business pathway right now wanted to integrate other courses and diversify the business pathway and include some graphic design and really look into that linked learning certification. So they're making some adjustments there with offering different courses, or even with the building teacher, Mike Andrews. He was seeing a lot more labor market information, even about students being able to use this SolidWorks training. We had money through the grant to purchase a CNC machine, which is used in industry. So students are actually using this machine and now getting a certificate on it. So through that professional development, through the awareness that we're bringing, they're identifying where can we really keep our pathways aligned to what is current in industry.
Mhm.
And that's why you'll see, that list of professional development. We're always out there looking for other opportunities so that our teachers can stay in contact with that, keeping their industry partnerships up. And then we're using grant money to support them if they need to shift. Another big piece is equipment. If there's a new computer and technology out there, they're, going out, and the grant money helps to purchase that. And so students are learning on relevant and up-to-date equipment and software.
So I have a follow-up to that. Is the same annual pathway evaluation performed on our Project Lead the Way pathways? I guess one of the surprising aspects of the graph you showed was there's a large enrollment in biomedical, and I expected the same to be true for engineering, and maybe that's just the interest, but I was sort of surprised at the number or the difference or the delta between the two courseways. So do they go through the same evaluation in Project Lead the Way, or?
Yeah, yes, they do.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Williams.
Thank you. I think this is my last question. It was for, sorry, I'm looking at the slide. So it was for the creating pathway course. So
28.
slide 32.
Oh.
So when you're saying to begin at the site level, any new course or pathway goes through this criteria? Or is it specifically only CTE?
It would be any course. We have a process. Generally, they tend to originate at the site, and there's some type of student interest or teacher interest, and it kind of organically starts there. We haven't, since I've been here, we haven't built out a brand new pathway. I think we've refined pathways. We built the 2 new pathways at Sage Creek, obviously, and that started with the school. But the idea that we've built a pathway from scratch, I don't believe we have built one brand new from scratch to finish.
So they're done. So you're saying they haven't been, the CTE or the courses have not, or the pathways have not been done from scratch. It's always been where there's a
It's been adding a course, a specific course, or refining a specific course, or but to implement a new pathway, as Nicole had mentioned, it takes potentially several years.
Yeah. But we do add, or redirect, evolve, I guess is the best word, as the industry evolves. So for example, what we used to call photo, with you using film cameras to produce these artistic images, has still continued, but now of course it's shifted much more heavily into digital media. And the students learn a lot of graphic design components and are primarily doing digital design because that's what is needed for a lot of the jobs in graphic design industry. Our computer science, for example, continues to provide whatever is the most updated computer training, but is looking to build in possibly like a cybersecurity component, because that seems to be right now where the direction is going for computer science, and the classes being offered at the college level are shifting in that direction. So the pathway itself, in terms of what it's categorized as at the state level, when they have their sectors, will remain the same, but it will continue to evolve depending on how it's going to meet the needs of industry.
Okay, I have a follow-up if that's okay.
Okay, actually, Trustee Rawlings had her hand up, and so do you have a follow-up to that one, Trustee Rawlings?
No, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, and the reason why I'm asking, I know you're talking about a new pathway, but it's also a new course. I know we recently approved a new course, digital media, and I could see it as a, going towards media pathway. So that's what I'm asking is, did that course go through this entire criteria?
Well, Megan, you can talk to that because that was kind of a unique situation, I think.
Yeah, and the one
Yes.
at Sage Creek, yeah, they're going to, there's student interest there. The school's looking at all of their courses and where they need to, bring in new courses. They were looking at the labor market information, looking at the credentialing requirements. The teacher who was available was teaching it actually was able to also update and get a CTE credential, which helps in the way of grants, because then there's grant money there where we can now support with purchasing, which we plan to do to update all of the equipment they need for that, because part of the pathways with these programs is there needs to be the funding. So it happened to be that teacher was able to renew a CTE credential, and now we're going to be able to help support that with updating the right equipment as well. So all those things get taken into consideration, and we also, of course, put it through UC Doorways to make sure it's approved. We want all of our courses A to G, and then goes to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Rawlings.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that if we have a student taking classes at, let's say, Miracosta, and they were studying, and I don't even know if they offer these classes, but let's say they were studying, let's say, fire science. They wanted to be a firefighter, and it didn't fall within our pathways and or the A through G. Could they still get high school credit for those classes, or are they kind of on their own with that?
Unless the course is articulated, they would not get dual credit.
Got it. And that has to be within a pathway or within the high school A through G?
It just has to be an agreement between us and the community college. So there needs to be some type of articulation agreement that would allow for the dual credit to be offered. And for us, we're trying to align it to things that we offer at our high school. So it would feed into film, as an example. You know, it would feed into the film department at Miracosta College. Because we don't offer fire, it wouldn't be something that we most likely articulate with Miracosta.
I see. So if a student wanted to pursue that, they would have to go through the district office and that sort of thing and check it out before they took the courses in order to see if there could be a way to fit it into one of the dual enrollment or pathways. Is that accurate?
Yeah, they traditionally start with the counselors to figure out if they could get dual enrollment credit for something. But yeah, if a student potentially wanted to take courses, they would ask, you know, whether or not they could get credit at both the high school and the community college. We have a lot of students that take community college classes that don't even bring those classes back to their high school transcript because of interest, and they don't need the credits actually.
I see. Okay, that and it was getting towards Veronica's question that, you know, how we evaluate, and so we do have students that are pursuing maybe other things that don't fit into these categories.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a quick question. Are there pathways that are being requested under consideration, but that we can't fit or that we don't have funding for, or that are being requested of us right now?
And I can refer to Megan or Nicole on this. I believe there was I'm drawing a blank on one that, it was around cybersecurity was a, you know, potentially a course that could fit into a pathway.
Yeah.
I know there was some interest from students as well as instructors, potentially expanding some cybersecurity. That's the one that off the top of my head I can think of. I'm not sure if there's others.
Well, the two that come up frequently in regional discussion, and this is not Carlsbad based specifically as much as North County and regional discussions with industry, are the cybersecurity and then the environmental science, or like the blue tech. Those are just two areas that seem to be growing and strong in our region, but that's across, you know, San Diego, Oceanside, Carlsbad. That's not specific to us.
And are there requests for culinary or hospitality, travel industry kind of things?
Not that I know of.
Okay. I had another follow-up to that related to, so in further to Veronica's question is, I guess, would staff's recommendation be to be sort of an inch deep, mile wide in subject matter, or is it sort of staff's recommendation that we have distinct pathways that are fewer in numbers and more complete, like the Project Lead the Way and the Link Learning? Because it's certainly two different approaches, and as you know, master schedules are impacted. What is the best approach?
You know, I think our approach right now, where we're giving some career exploration at the middle school level, and then we're going into much deeper pathway development at the high school level, and allowing students to participate in the pathways. That, you know, at the high school level, it becomes challenging because there are other options for students, as you know, that aren't necessarily geared to a pathway. So if you have a student that, for example, is interested in the arts, you know, theater right now isn't part of a pathway per se, but we have lots of students that participate in that, band as well, and musical, ASB, AVID, those things become challenging in a master schedule. So the idea that every student's going to participate in a pathway at the high school, I think the master schedule is limited. We don't want to limit our students because there are other interests that I think are valid and have merit. So the thought of giving students the experience at the middle school level, giving them some ideas, and then hopefully planting a seed, and then for those students that want to go in much more in depth, we do that at the high school level. But I don't think it would be a shift in our approach to say that every student's going to be in a pathway.
And just to add on to what Dr. Nye said, that is one of the considerations we take when looking at new pathways is, does it compete with our existing electives? Because we have this body of work here in Carlsbad with incredibly rich electives, many of which are, you know, visual and performing arts, or, you know, other areas of interests that are outside of CTE, but those are also programs that bring, you know, a lot of really relevant and, you know, growing experiences to the students. So
Yeah, that's an interesting point about the creative pathway. Maybe there's, I guess, has there been an attempt to move the courses that exist into a pathway since they are already electives that we offer?
that is a conversation that has a lot of components, and it is a conversation that we look at. A lot of times it has to do with credentialing, because we have teachers who are experts in their field and have, as I said, created this body of work, but maybe don't have the CTE credential. So there are districts that I work with where some of their visual and performing arts do fall under CTE because they have different credentialing situations. But it's, you know, again, a more complicated process of how you navigate that with the staffing that you have.
Okay, I have a follow-up to that, but Trustee Williams?
Actually, I have a question, but then something I had follow up on this one. So is there courses, CTE courses, that are not in a pathway?
Mhm.
Is it, okay.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes. Do we partner with any other schools that are not a college or a public school? And as an example, and I've mentioned it several times, that I have a cosmetology license, and I was able to go to cosmetology school, which I guess is a private industry type school, and earn my license while I was in high school. Do we partner with any other schools like that outside of like Amir Costa or our own career pathways?
Like a certificate or licensing, is that specifically what you mean?
Yes, something along those lines. But do we partner with those types of schools, or is it just like Palomar and community colleges and those types of things?
Yeah, we don't typically. Now what we're seeing more and more of is courses that are CTE are integrating those certificates and licenses into their coursework. So for example, there's online platforms like Certiport, for example, is an online platform that provides certifications and advanced certifications for high school students and college students, for example, that want to be Adobe certified, or they want to learn Python, which is an advanced coding language. They do that through typically a certification program that's oftentimes embedded in classes. So for example, this year, we don't have agriculture here at our site, but you can imagine agriculture is a difficult one to do remotely. So what those students did to pivot was they're earning their lead certification online and through coursework as part of that pathway course, but not outside of that as a separate parallel endeavor.
Trustee Williamson.
Going back to Claudine's line of questioning, do you take it as one of your goals to increase, to have more students participate in the CTE courses and pathways? Do you have, is your goal to increase the number of courses, or is it to be working on the quality and the effectiveness of what we have? I'm just a little bit, that's my question.
I would say both. We're wanting, one of the things we measure currently, it's on a back tab item of our career, our success indicators, is the number of students participating in a pathway. We also want to measure the number of students that complete a pathway, that are pathway completers. And we also want to make sure that pathways are viable and creating opportunities for students when they do complete a pathway, that they're going on. It's preparing them for something else. So I think all three of those things are important.
If I can follow up to that.
Sure.
So the point that for every student that is choosing CTE, they're not choosing another elective. So they're not choosing the fine arts, or they're not, so it almost is putting maybe departments in competition with each other, or anyway. So that's why I'm just trying to make sure that I understand if we're trying to have students select CTE versus other electives that we're currently offering. And it's what I think that what you just said, Rob, is that yes, that's what we are trying to do.
I think it's, in certain circumstances, it becomes either or. I do think there are circumstances that allow for both, depending on, students' schedules. It differs with every student. I guess my point was that I wouldn't want to make sure that, I know some districts have looked at every student is required to be part of a pathway. We visited Long Beach Unified probably 5 or 6 years ago, and that was a requirement of all high school students that they be involved in one pathway. So I do think that can be limiting at times when you talk about a student's schedule and offering other interests. So, but to your point, I don't think it's either or all the time. I do think students can participate in pathways and also in visual and performing arts, as an example. It just depends on each student and the types of classes that they're taking. A high school master schedule, students are making choices and prioritizing what they want to do. And so it's always about choices that they have to make.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Williams.
Thank you. Slide 17. So this is the first time I've seen this education continuum. How is the district incorporating this, communicating this, or using this?
This is a visual that we use for the purposes of this presentation.
Okay, that's okay.
I mean, it's just merely showing what is our continuum. I don't think it's something that we currently have on our website at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, trustees, on the presentation? Okay, so staff has asked us for input on 5 questions, and Mr. Rick has documented a few things that we needed to get consensus on. I think I had 3 things that I had written down. Okay, one was bringing back the data for completers. Trustee Round or Kathy had asked about access to trade with other districts or trade professions. And then I'd asked staff about identifying the College Board AP related career pathways. And then so I guess trustees, starting with the first question from staff is what areas of our K-12 career ed continuum do we need refinement or need refinement? Trustee Williams.
Thank you. Okay, so for this one, or this question, so the district incorporates so many programs and so many opportunities, but they're not being highlighted. So what I want to propose is for every item that we do on slide 18, communicate and highlight that it's part of this CUSD career pathway, part of that continuum. Like for instance, for BizTown, this is part of the awareness K-5 career pathway. It's connecting the dots, the communication, always back to the career pathway. And I know we have that graphic on the website. That's why I was asking how many documents do we have? And I know on the website of the district's website, we have a graphic that incorporates elementary, middle school, and high school. It's like a funnel. Starting at the elementary level, what does every student touch or get opportunities to? So BizTown, and bring it back to the student and the parent that it's part of this big overarching career pathway. So for everything, so the right I said, communicate that this is part of the career pathway document, this is the exploration portion of it. And then when you're doing the strengths and interest inventories, this is part of the career pathway. This is the preparation. And then once you're in a pathway, you're part of training. So that's why I was looking at using the continuum, using the pathway. And for everything that a student does, bring it back to that. That's the one way to communicate from K through 12 that you're actually you're part of the career pathway. So that's why I wanted to highlight and point out or incorporate.
Thank you, Trustee Rawlings.
I would tend to agree on as far as the kind of the marketing piece, and I would even want to see that refined a bit more. That and where it would, I'm kind of looking at slide 23 where we have like infographics on for different career pathways, and if we could potentially create a infographic for each of the pathways that we have. So if a student participates in something in elementary that would fall into the biomedical pathway, that piece has and again, it could just be something small, but everything that is associated with that particular career pathway is branded with that particular infographic. So a little, the medical thing or what have you. So I think that would be a really good way to connect the K through 12. And then one of the things that what I believe should be kind of refined or what have you is the work experience and the certificate component. That's the first time I've heard that a student could get high school credit for performing work outside of school. And so I do think that communicating and refining that process, I think would be helpful. One of the things that I've discovered is having my son's a college graduate is that his lack of work experience actually hurt him. That if he could have, had a job through college and that sort of thing, that he would have been in a better position to get a career type job out of college. And so I do think that if we can connect actually work and getting paid to particular careers and particular pathways, and that students can get credit for that, I think that would be very helpful, and it would help to refine and help students actually get jobs when they get out of high school and or college.
Thank you. And I would just add, so I agree. What was really I think helpful was having staff bring everything that we do district-wide together into one area, because then it starts to lay out a story, and the idea of a continuum. I agree with Veronica. The piece that I'm going to latch onto that Kathy brought up was having either it's like I think we use them in Aludo with it's like a branded badge or something. So if there are one-offs that you have, this is an indication that this relates to this pathway at CUSD in both all the handbooks that we hand out for students, or some way to communicate that it relates back to, this is helping you on this pathway. And if you have this interest, learn more or gather this badge or whatever it is. But to me as a parent, having seen all this in one now was super enlightening and super helpful, as I navigate our high schooler through the remaining time in high school. So I hope other parents, as they see this as we walk away, that this is the goal, at least at the district-wide level, from my perspective, is a place where, you can get the full story of what our offerings are. And for us to be able to communicate that as we add courses or modify courses that they again relate back to the core work that we're doing in the separate pathways. Trustee Pearson.
The only thing I see missing in the continuum is post high school, and it might be under question 2 that we're doing all this work K through 12. But we have no way to see that after 12th grade, everything that we've done has an impact post high school. So I would suggest that we're putting a large investment of time, energy, and resources into career education, CTE, that we want to see some result, not only in the K through 12 experience, but post high school or post-secondary. And I would suggest that, and I don't know if there's any metrics or any tools or anything, then we say, oh, great. So there was a student that went through BizTown, got excited about business, decided while they were in middle school to continue, did a career path somewhere related to business, and they end up doing something in business post-secondary. And we can say that, as we're looking at that there's a result, there's an impact from a career standpoint, that they actually got into a career that they explored. I don't know if there's tools. I don't know if there's any way to measure that, but that's the only piece I see, because we're continuing to evolve, but with that is a large amount of resource that's going into that.
Trustee Williamson.
Thank you. As a clarification, Claudine, of what you had mentioned, are you looking at a document or an overview that is by site? So these things would be, the experience you might have at CHE would be different than you would have somewhere else. And then the CHE, and then you have some type of an experience in the middle school, and then you go to Sage Creek, and these are the things that are there, or is it that specific? I'm just trying to visualize what you were describing, but I can see that Veronica has a definite answer, but I'm just trying to figure out what that looks like, because we don't offer the same things at our high schools. And so anyway, that's my question.
So I think that what I was getting at was there's an opportunity, because our purview is district level, and we have this amazing portfolio now all gathered. I think it's beginning to be gathered in one place. I think there's some opportunities to bring some other things that we do into it, and that if there was a way to utilize, the sites are figuring out the branding of their own programs, but is there some way that on our district website, if parents are seeking, what are the opportunities for our students in a particular area of interest, that we're sort of a gateway portal to that, we offer these career pathways, and there's like a and I don't know how to do the how, but the what would be that, the district-wide has a common, sort of branding gateway introduction, and then each individual site has their, portfolio of things that they offer, pathways, courses, introduction to CTE. Because what was amazing to me was stepping back, the 2 feet to go, whoa, we offer a very robust continuum. I would not have known that coming to the district. And a lot of what I think our students, I can only speak to my son and what I've heard from other parents that have shared when I've asked, and I said, how do your kids find CTE courses or pathways of interest? And all of them say word of mouth. And they didn't know, some of them like, oh, I didn't even know we offer virtual enterprise. So I think that the work that's being done in the classrooms with the school counselors is really critical. The RISEC, I think, is really critical. I know our family had a rich discussion about, the results that our students had when those tests were taken, or those things were taken. But I think having, something that we can, and I would point to, an example would be, Cajon Valley does a great job in their world of work. And each site has something different that they offer in their strengths inventory and their, career interests. And then each site will build their, particular programs that they have available, but based on a common look and feel and, sort of a storybook. So it doesn't look like a patchwork. It's like a district-wide, everybody's bought into this career continuum, either through exploration, Veronica, I think, alluded to some of the segments, and I think that would be of interest to me. Does that help clarify?
It does. And again, it would be important to me that if it's on the district website, and if we're showing that these are the things like the biomed, it would be important to me that the person who would look at it would not think that maybe both high schools, both CHS and Sage Creek, offer that or the film anyway. If it's too broad, it could look like everyone offers everything, and that's not being transparent enough for me. I would want to make sure that it's either specific enough, or that with links or something, so that it would be very easy for someone to know that these programs are offered at this school. So anyway, but that does help. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Williams.
Thank you. And just to follow up on your question, Elisa, so if you go to the website under career pathways, there's a district-wide it says K through 8, but it's a K through 12 where it shows all the programs that are available, which needs to be updated, which would show all the either programs or opportunities that every student has or that some student have. And then underneath that, there's also profiles. I know they're calling them infographics, but the profile for each career pathway is actually listed in there as well. So that was just to answer your question, but that was, I'll wait for my other point.
Trustee Pearson.
I had a follow-up.
Oh, sorry. Is yours follow-up to that, Trustee Pearson? Ray?
No, actually, it's a process check.
Okay.
Can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
I'm a little unclear, Claudine, on how we're answering these questions. Are we each giving input to these questions and then saying, as a board, our consensus is we want you to do this areas of K-12 career education continuum, need refinement or additional support? Because this is, to me, seems like an ongoing discussion, but not clearly giving to the board. So or to the staff, what answers they want to their questions. So I'm just asking you for a process check.
Okay, so so far the discussion I've heard is about number 1. And so there's a few areas touched on for the continuum, for refinement and additional support. So we haven't moved away from 1 yet. I have a couple more trustees with hands up about number 1. And then I thought I would have staff repeat back what we've taken notes on, and then we would do consensus for items that require action.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Trustee Rawlings.
Well, and to address that too, I thought like some of the things that we were talking about had to do with number 3, had to do with number 2 as far as data points. So I just wanted to, I didn't think we were just focusing on number 1 at this point, but I did want to address, again, looking at slide 18, when I was talking about the infographics and what we were talking about that Veronica brought up, just to clarify, for instance. So where we have Lego robotics, that if somebody in elementary, if a student is active in Lego robotics, the hope would be that they get connected to Robotics and Science Olympiad, that a parent wouldn't have to hunt down opportunities to participate if their student's actively involved in robotics, that we would streamline that approach, and then that they would continue with Robotics and Science Olympiad, and potentially make sure that that material is marketed under the, let's say, engineering career pathway, or whatever career pathways that robotics could fall into. So as a parent, it's more streamlined rather than me having to hunt down opportunities for my student within that student's interest that they've already expressed way back in elementary, or, same with botanical garden, or the same with, some of these other pieces. So that's what I was talking about, is that we're branding these opportunities in elementary as far as what's available all the way to high school and in middle school within those interest areas.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. That's kind of what the idea of the continuum and having that be the messaging from CUSD from beginning to, sort of, what do they call not cradle to career, but along that lines, our own version. So anyway, Trustee Pearson.
Exactly.
Okay, Trustee Williams.
Okay, thank you. I wanted just to point out, I know I mentioned it before, well, I mentioned it as a question, so now I wanted to make sure, is after after students do the RIASEC and the strengths and interest inventories, that there's a follow-up with parents and students in terms of what they did, what the results are, and possibly work with Parent University, but make sure this kind of is a combination of the communication piece of number 3, but it's not stated as Naviance, but it's actually, this is a review of your strength and interest inventories, or because a lot of the times we as educators are using education words and parents don't understand what Naviance is. I've even did a survey of students. Did you use Naviance? And they're like, no. I'm like, did you take a strength and inventory test? And they're like, no. I'm like, you took one in 9th grade. He goes, oh yeah, I think I did this. And so students don't know what they're taking. So it's good to educate the student and the parents what they're doing. So it's a follow through after whatever they do, and communicate how you can get your results, how it's part of the career pathway, what the results are, what you can learn from the results. So it's that communication piece, whether it's a Parent University, but make sure the communication is clear and not just education lingo.
So would you recommend putting that one under the discussion for number 3 for
It's
consensus?
part of, yeah, I mean, it could be under 3 as well.
Okay. Any other recommendation or areas of refinement on the K-12 career ed continuum, trustees? I have Rawlings or Kathy and Veronica's hands are up. Go ahead, Kathy.
This is Kathy. I thought I kind of stated that, but I just want to, as far as the refinement and additional support, like I said, I do think that not only the communication, but identifying those areas that could lead to a certificate, could lead to right out of high school and work experience, and again, connecting those dots. I certainly would like to see expanded or some additional pathways, and that would be down in number 4. So I don't know if I talk about that now, or because it seems like need refinement or 1 and 4 seem to be overlapping a bit. So I don't know if you want me to bring that up now or wait.
let's put a pin in that one quickly to just check with staff on number 1. So do we want to bring up a Google Doc? Okay.
Just a moment, and I will.
And I think it's okay if these items overlap, and if that takes some of the work out of, having to go individually with 1 through 5, and that saves time in the discussion, that's okay as well, I think. Staff, do you agree? That if they apply to one or more of the specific questions you want answered?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, if you recall, those questions came from the board subcommittee on career pathways when we had that meeting in advance of this meeting to prep. So we're not by any means married specifically to the order of the questions even. So Mr. Grove has taken an outstanding set of notes here. And we'll just sort of hone in on, there's, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items. So I'll let you take a look at those.
Okay, so I guess in terms of approach, do you want consensus for each item, or do you want to?
Well, we want consensus, but there's a word of caution here. If we identify 6 or 8 items in each of the 5 questions, suddenly it may become unmanageable. So,
Okay.
so while we're open to getting some sort of consensus on some of these, we may need later to go back and break them down and prioritize, if that makes sense.
Okay. And maybe number 5 helps us out in that direction. Okay, and then so trustees, are there any, Kathy, you have your hand up. Are there additional items to number 1?
I just wanted to say, like, bullet 2 and the last bullet that have my name, or let me see, I'm sorry, bullet 3 and the last bullet that have my name next to it. I could actually see that being 1 bullet instead of 2 bullets, where it says communicate and refine work experience, and I'd say comma certificate programs, and then comma licensing. So to me, it's all in one big item.
Okay, thank you, trustees. Trustee Williams.
I have something similar where number 1 and number 5 are very close. It's basically the pathway continuum, just the branding and the introduction, put it on the website, and the highlighting the items.
And I would say that that latter one was actually under 3, because I think communicating the results. So are we marketing or communicating enough around current pathways? A nice gateway, because I don't think I saw my. I mean, we had a discussion about the RISAC and the strengths, interest, and inventory, but I think the ideas of expanding that provide some opportunity. Yeah. Yep.
And I would even say number 2 would be a way of doing that. So that would be like an A under 1. Exactly. So that's a tactic to create that infograph.
We actually,
Okay, so Trustee Williams.
we actually have that on the website. So it's
Okay.
number 1A.
Okay. Trustee Pearson?
Considering Ben's comments, I look at my 1 here. That may be more responding to question 2. So you can withdraw that, but put it under question 2 then. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on 1 then? We've sort of honed in. Okay, and then number 2 says, are there other data points we should be measuring, trustees?
Is this for the request for completed pathway?
Your microphone is muted.
I know we had this request, the number of students who completed a pathway. Where would you like?
Yes, we did. I had down, Veronica requested to bring back data for completers.
Is that for number 1? I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
And then I guess the request that I had to identify College Board or AP related careers pathways, would that fall under 1 or 2? Okay, trustee, let's see, Kathy and Veronica, so are your hands up for questions? Okay.
I was going to say, I would say that your AP question would fall under 2 as well. And then I was going to say that when we were talking about developing potential pathways, that a data point I would be interested in before we move towards additional pathways would be interests. You know, we had talked about some students that are pursuing things outside of our pathways all the time, or that there may be some interest from a small number of students that it doesn't rise to that level. We don't have teachers with certificates. So I'd be interested in kind of a broad kind of a survey of data as far as knowing, you know, what teachers are interested, what teachers or what students are interested in, those types of things. Maybe pathways that we're not offering.
Thank you. Trustee Williams.
Thank you. So I have 3 points. One, does the pathway expose and educate students on the opportunities to the competitive world of work? Is it, okay, and that's number 2, does the pathway develop foundational, competitive, technical and non-technical skills? And the third is the pathway preparing students for a specific career pathway or job?
And so just to clarify, are these data points that you're interested in as a part of the evaluation of the creation, or?
Correct.
So would that be under 4?
It would be measuring, to measure and evaluate.
Okay,
Not
so in addition to the 12 that they have in their current evaluation process.
Correct. And these are all basically, one's to expose, one's developing and preparing for pathway. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pearson. I'm sorry, can we go back? Staff is questioning how to put it on the list.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Does the pathway expose and educate students on the opportunities to the competitive world of work? Does the pathway expose and educate students on the opportunities to the world of work? Okay. Does the pathway develop foundational, competitive, technical and non-technical skills? And non-technicals, I think what you reference as soft skills. Does the pathway develop foundational, competitive, technical and non-technical skills? Did you get that? Okay. And the last one is the pathway preparing students for a specific career pathway or job?
And then I just have a clarifying question. For these 3 questions, the vision would be that we would use the data points how?
To make sure that the pathway is of interest, is because all these 3 questions that I even have examples of which ones would target. They would be a viable pathway in terms of either and if not, then it needs to be either evolved or modified.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Pearson.
So if I understand from the presentation we got from staff, that our pathways are in alignment with San Diego County business or job trends, and that the pathways we have lead to where the jobs are in the future. So I guess my question is, if we throw these questions to staff, are they in alignment with our grant and also with the state?
I also have a follow-up to that.
Are you asking staff that question, Ray, or?
Well, I'm asking us the question. I mean,
Okay.
everyone on the board heard the presentation.
Trustee Williamson is saying the Google Doc has been taken down, so we can't see the questions as written. Maybe we could share that with staff again.
And Claudine, I have a follow-up to Veronica.
Yeah, if I just, so a quick comment. So one, we were gonna kind of listen to trustee conversation and questions and capture everything. And then when we got to a point, put it back up on the screen. It's kind of a messy process if we're writing and typing and watching and listening at the same time. So that was our thinking, at least, in pulling the doc down, listen to your conversation. And then when we get to a point, we'll throw it back up there. I am still a little bit confused, though, on those 3 questions that Trustee Williams asked. Are those questions to be used as part of the evaluation process annually? When we evaluate pathways? It's not quite, anyway.
My question was kind of similar to that. How are, Veronica, how are those 3 questions different than slide 28, which it appears that there's somewhat contained in the evaluation process already?
Sorry, I'm looking at slide 28. I guess the only item that is, I'm assuming we're exposing and educating, the one item that I don't know is the skills, the technical and non-technical skills.
So under
It talks about
work-based,
career and technical student organizations. It doesn't
It's
fall
not
under that.
necessarily.
and
I
then
don't-
the work-based learning.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know
Okay.
what that's why I was trying to figure out what an example of the rubric would look like. I don't know if that shows that what technical skills and non-technical skills for each career pathway.
Okay, it looks like Megan has a response.
That would be under the standards aligned integrated curriculum under CTE standards. They are required to teach the technical skills of that industry as well as the soft skills.
Okay, and then pathway. So is the pathway preparing students for a specific career pathway or job? Would that be under your, would you state, Megan, that that would be included under one of these evaluations, the 12 elements?
Yeah, since they're all under, they're housed under an industry sector. And so part of that work, when they're talking about the work-based learning, the business and community partnerships, that's making sure that we're exposing the students to the variety of careers that are all housed under that industry sector and specific pathway.
Trustee Pearson. Oh, okay. And so, Kathy, sorry, I forget that word.
I just wanted to say that I believe that would fall under slide 31, where it has at least, so every single pathway has the San Diego priority sector briefs. And then that kind of shows exactly where, what careers, literally what businesses you could get, at what level do you have to be to go to that business. So I think it's all incorporated in what they're already doing, is what I'm kind of getting at.
Well, and my follow-up to that is, I guess the question is based on if there's more technical information needed from slide 28 so that we can have a better understanding outside of this discussion in terms of the evaluation process. Under number 4, do we want to develop a more refined process for developing and growing pathways? Because as I'm trying to understand the addition of the 3 questions, I guess one question is to staff, are those questions included as a part of the evaluation process? And if so, maybe they could share how those are addressed the way they did with number 1. And then are we bringing, of the 3 questions that Veronica presented, are any of them new to this evaluation process as we evaluate? Because I think the goal And the evaluation is, do we modify or remove a pathway, or have we identified a new pathway? Is that what you understand as well? Veronica, okay. And so I guess that's the question for staff is, did you hear something new in the 3 questions Veronica has presented so that maybe it gets added to the evaluation process? And I don't know if that's for Megan or Rob or Nicole, really.
I think it all fit under there. There are 2 links on that in the notes, and I can send them to you on that slide of the 12 elements of high quality pathway. The first link does show you more of the rubric that our teachers actually have to go into every year, and they're reflecting on those. And I think you'll see that the things that you brought up are in there. But if that's something that you would like us to highlight and report on, if there's certain ones out of those 12 that you find in that detailed rubric, and we can even give you more detailed rubrics, that's a general one. They actually get into very detailed specific under each item. So if there's something that you really want to hear about, we could give you a report each year since we're already compiling that data for grants.
Thank you. I actually think that would be helpful. I think the number of participants per pathway and number of completers is important data, but the evaluation, I guess, is of interest because I think from my perspective, one of the concerns I have is, our master schedules get more complicated and we start to say, there's this option or that option for students with electives or CTE. Do we start sort of eliminating programs unnecessarily because we have too many classes offered for our student body size? And so that's my only fear is, and then at what point do we step back and take a 30,000 foot view and say, are we still marching towards the district, vision of her CTE? So I guess, trustees, are there any other data points we should be measuring? Trustee William or Veronica?
No, I just had a quick question, and it just was brought up to me when Megan was talking. Are these self-evaluations or who's evaluating?
Yes, each pathway goes through and completes this each year. And then, like I said, then they're going to form their action steps and goals. And that's how we align the funding and what we're going to focus on with the department that year. So it is a self-evaluation. However, there's input. Like we said, they have to meet with their industry partners, and we have an advisory board. They present their results to their industry partners and get industry feedback. And that's how they know if their equipment is still aligned, if what they're teaching is still current and relevant. And the advisory board also includes parents and students and various staff members as well from our school as well as industry.
Okay, so that's new. I didn't know it was self-evaluation. I thought it was where someone's watching and identified. So that's, yeah.
So there's not an external entity that audits those evaluations, or I guess what's the action that can be taken as a result, I guess, of the evaluation?
Well, we do use it to report to our grants. Perkins is one that we apply for annually. And so, they go through and we have to, that's why I said at the end of each year, we're going through and collecting information from the teachers on, here's what you said you needed. What was your action and where are you at now? Is this still an area of need? So it's it's really that continuous improvement cycle that we're constantly going back to evaluate, look at our our performance data, our SBAC data, even look at, these 12 elements and just see how can we continuously refine and make sure that we're staying up to date.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, I see Veronica and then Kathy. Veronica?
Okay. I guess this brings up the conversation about quality that both Claudine and Elisa, if it's a self-evaluation and you have those that lead the CTE pathway are more critical and not, and some aren't, how are you looking at the quality of the program? Or how is that being measured if there's self-evaluation?
Well, one of the things that is part of the self-evaluation is they have to list evidence in each area of practice that they're addressing those specific standards. So they have to have a certain number of work-based learning experiences. They have to have met with their advisory or their industry, at certain points throughout the year. So there are specific notations on like one of the links that we put in the CTIG evaluation, which is a checklist where they have to cite evidence for each of the areas that they're evaluating.
Kathy.
Yeah, it didn't seem to me it was completely a self-evaluation, that was a part of it, that you're still looking at enrollment numbers, you're still looking at interest, you're still looking at demand, which those are external forces that wouldn't be subject to just self-evaluation. That's accurate, right?
Yeah, I would add that, especially with Perkins, they're pulling data from our CalPads, and we have to write in it, about that data. So if we didn't have enough completers, or if we didn't have enough of a certain subgroup in a pathway, we're having to write action plans for that. If we have students who are not passing the SBAC, we actually, they say you have to use a certain percent of your money to increase those areas. So that is a change that's happening, that's been coming slowly, but now it really is, they're targeting to say, okay, 25% of your money has to go toward increasing this data. So the data is being looked at by the state, and we are being held accountable to make sure that if there's an area that is in need of improvement when it comes to pathway completion numbers, enrollments, and students in those pathways, that we're improving them in order to accept that money.
So that being said, as far as data collection, what I'd like to potentially see is maybe seeing one or two examples of a pathway evaluation. That would be something I'd like to at least see, so I know what we as a board may want to see more of or less of, or what have you.
Did you get that, Rick? The board is, or Kathy is requesting an example of a pathway evaluation. Veronica.
And the sources that went into creating that evaluation. So the example and sources.
Thank you. Veronica.
So my question now, based on the feedback, is there any pathways right now in the needs improvement category?
I don't think there's an area specifically, the pathway as a whole. I think what we did at our most recent advisory board meeting was identify areas within specific pathways that may need attention. For example, one of the pathways we looked at had a larger number or disproportionate number of male to female students. We wanted to look at ways of encouraging more female students to know about that pathway and be able to market so that that was a more balanced number, those types of details. But in terms of overall pathway improvement, I don't, we don't categorize, we haven't categorized any of them as like in need of improvement or in program improvement or anything like that.
Okay, trustees, any other data points that we should be measuring? Okay, and then staff, how many items, or do you want to wait until the end and go over? Okay. I guess we should just make sure that what we've captured is what we.
And so again, I'd want to make sure that we're honing this a little bit. An observation, frankly, is that numbers 5 and 6 really might be more appropriate as part of question 4. How do we want to develop a more refined process for developing, growing / evaluating pathways? Because really these aren't new data collection points. This relates to the evaluation process. So I don't know if there's interest.
I would even suggest number 4 would be a part of that as well.
Yep. So I'll move those in a moment. Just want to make sure. Well, here, I'll just move them now. What the heck? Control X, Control V. It's amazing. Okay, so those are now there, and we can return to those momentarily. Then really, oops, sorry. There's 3 data points that have been requested. Well, I'm sorry, 2 of them are requests. Number 1, Mr. Pearson, I don't know how we change that into a question.
Yeah, I think I'll even remove it. If there's not any data that can actually measure that, then you should remove it. I'll remove it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Dr. Nye, is there existing data?
I'm not aware of existing data that would track what.
We are required to send out a survey that's now been collected by the state and CalPAD. So it's a survey of questions we're required to ask, and then we report the results that we get through CalPADs. So our teachers send out surveys to those students, and we try to make sure we collect their emails and their families' emails so that we can continue to survey them. But we are required to do that. So that could be results that we share for the ones that we're already gathering for CalPADs.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
Then I would retain that suggestion on data collection, and that's reported out to the board.
And maybe I would just add, if we could get an idea of what that survey looks like that we're going to be required, just so we know what's involved. If you just want to share a link with us and a report, that'd be okay, if everybody agrees. I didn't know we had to take a survey. So Ray, you have your hand up.
Yeah, this is for Veronica. Veronica, I was supporting you on this number of students participating, completing. Is that completing each pathway or just completing pathways? Completing a pathway. Each pathway.
I just want to know, do we have like all these 100 bunch of students doing broadcasting pathway that are completing and not other pathways? So I just wanted to know how many students.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I want to know how many students are completing and which ones are completers, and the percentage. If one's a huge percentage of a completer of a pathway, I would want to know, versus some that are. What if we have a pathway that has 0 completers?
Okay.
And I don't know right now.
Okay, is there any further refinement on these items, trustees?
And I just want to double check with Dr. Nye or Mr. Grove, the College Board related AP pathways. Are you clear on what that information is?
So I think that should be in number 3, now that I'm reading it. Because really what it is it's something we already offer AP courses, and College Board has if you are interested in this career pathway and their big interest in their college majors, they have, take AP this, AP that, and this is your pathway for, that as a potential career. So I guess what it is marketing what we already do in a pathway that are in a number of our students are taking a ton of these AP courses that they may not even, like what Kathy described, connecting the dots, that this leads to a pathway. So Elisa.
I just want to clarify, are we going to come back and show thumbs that and have a discussion about these when we're finished? Thank you.
Okay, so anything else for number 2, trustees? Seeing none, number 3 says, are we marketing and communicating enough around current pathways? Ray.
So that question comes into asking the end user, students, families, do they know, to me? And I think that's a question for Nicole, perhaps, and Megan. Is there something that you're required either by the grants to get that kind of data from or information back that parents and students know about the pathways?
I would say it's definitely one of our goals. It's one of the things we identified in our comprehensive local needs assessments, an action item that we are working on currently and actively really getting after. So we know it's an area of need. We have action items that we're addressing. And yes, it is part of one of those 12 essential elements of high quality is that we are marketing and that our students and families are clear about the pathways and the course sequences to complete the pathway. So that is an area of focus for this year.
Megan, how do you know that you've accomplished that goal?
Well, we could look at, surveying students to see if, if they're more aware of career pathways, and get some data at the end. Once we've pushed out everything, that would be something good to see, because we'd want to see after all the work that we've done, once we conclude and do a push for it, we'd want to see if students are clear. So we could send out a survey to students and parents.
So let's, for that one, let's add an item about surveying or, attaching a success or not success and to give a survey to that goal. And then Veronica.
So I have 3. Do you want me to go each one, or do you want me to go and then have somebody else come after me?
You have Kathy up behind you, so do you want to start with 1 and then we'll ask if there's a follow-up?
Okay. So 1 would be consistency with naming convention, naming the pathway and the pathway names and the convention in terms of calling it career pathway as an external and CTE internal. I understand that you need CTE for reporting purposes, but some parents are not aware, and if we can just use 1 for external, which is parents and students, and internal you use CTE. But if we interchange, parents are not going to know, or they're not. I mean, I know acronyms in education is used all the time, but parents are not aware. So if we could, so the point is consistency with the naming convention of career pathway and the pathway names.
So can I ask you a clarifying question on that, Pete? Are the 3 things that you're bringing up in terms of the marketing and the
Communicating enough
yeah,
around career
are
pathways.
these like guiding principles?
These are requests.
No, I know, but are they high-level guiding principles for communication and marketing going forward?
Correct.
Anybody have a follow-up to that one for consistency? Okay, go ahead.
So that's number 1. I'll
Yeah.
go with number 2.
Yep.
Okay, number 2. Can we include the graduate profile, the K through 12 career pathway document that's on the website, the career pathway profiles in the high school's academic planning guide and course descriptions that are currently in the high school, where the students select their courses?
So guiding principle would be consistency and placement.
I'm sorry, what
Was it?
this is number 2.
Right, I know. And so you said you had 3 guiding principles. 1 is consistent.
Consistency with name convention and pathway names.
Right, and then the second one was placement. So
Placement and to include it in the academic planning guide and course descriptions in the high school.
and then number 3.
Number 3 would be that the pathway profiles, what staff has called infographics. Can we include technical skills and non-technical skills? And state them as that for each profile, for each pathway profile.
Okay, so for Mr. Grove, I have 3 requests as a guiding principle around the marketing and communication from Veronica, which is consistency, placement within our handbooks, and then delineation of the tech skills and non-tech skills associated with the career pathways. Did I capture that? Okay, Kathy.
For me, this question is kind of a yes or no. And so I said no. Do we want to develop a, I'm sorry, are we marketing and communicating enough around career pathways or current pathways? And I said no. And I do think that we've addressed some of it already in other areas. But I also think that number 5, if the board agrees to it, would solve some of this, that we could, have a continuation and have a 3-year plan. So we're not just, kind of on the fly saying, do this, do that, do this, and it'll be fixed. So I think number 5 would solve some of that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So staff has that all captured?
Yeah, sorry.
One more up. I'm sorry. I think it's the next question. It's number 3.
My apologies.
Okay, trustees, any changes, revisions, edits to the suggestions or requests? Veronica.
So for 3B, are you including the career pathways as well? I know you said, I know you have ... but I didn't know if you.
And then Elisa?
I don't think that Veronica was just talking about consistency with how we name each pathway. It's the
No.
overall discussion.
Exactly.
About, are we going to refer to it as career pathway, or are we referring to it as CTE? I think that was like anyway, that was.
Yeah, that is correct.
And again, we may be modifying these once we go all over it. This is just, did we capture what the person tried to communicate just now, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Veronica? Okay. So then, seeing that there are no other requests or changes, does staff have any questions about 3? Okay, and then number 4 says, do we want to develop a more refined process for developing and growing pathways? Or are we satisfied with the, okay, Kathy.
I'm going to share the screen again. I'm sorry, just so because we do have a number of items that we've already captured there. So I just want you to see those, and then I apologize. Go on.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yes, under this piece, when we talk about development, and obviously we have to stay within the grant, what qualifies for the grant. But I would like to see us, when we're talking about refining the process and growing pathways, I would like us to look at pathways that could develop into a job right out of high school, and to kind of focus in on that if possible. And so I realize we have to have, the enrollment, the interest, those types of things. But I do think that when I look at the list, there's not that many that would result in like I say, in a job right out of high school. And I think more and more students are looking for ways to make more than minimum wage while they're in college, so they can get those degrees that'll get them into the higher paying jobs.
Thank you, Ray.
So if you can put up what I had on there, we can probably remove that by the staff just addressing that right now pretty quickly. I think either Nicole or Megan can probably say, are we in alignment with our pathways? And I think what I was responding to is if we start creating more pathways, are they going to be in alignment to the grant? Are they going to be in alignment to the industry sectors that showed job growth or job potential in San Diego County? And that's what I was responding to. But our current pathways, I believe, unless Megan or Nicole think differently, are in alignment with the county and state requirements. I mean, I think I could answer that myself. Right? Okay, so Rick, you can remove that one. Thank you.
Okay, so are there, okay, Veronica.
Thank you. I appreciate that that pathways are are being driven by the job opportunities, the qualities, and you're looking at competitive top industries. But are you also looking, I guess is the question, to look at the region in terms of, like, say for instance in Carlsbad, we're high in gaming design, satellites, and I know you're looking at cybersecurity for ICT. I'm trying to see if this is a question or, I guess, looking at pathways also in our region that are competitive and that are the demand, including gaming design, or cybersecurity.
Could I ask a clarifying question about that?
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that, because region sometimes can denote, North County, and what you're
Correct.
saying, are you saying Carlsbad specific?
Sorry,
And are we approaching the local employers to say, is there a specific certification or classes that we could offer that helps them get a job in a very specific, like Thermo Fisher, Viasat, all that?
so North County specifically is very rich in ICT, biotech, and if we were able to, like, especially in Carlsbad specifically, there's like you're saying with the biotechs, but there's game design, and where students can actually get in person, go in internship. So that's where I'm trying to make sure that we're exposing or looking at those industries as well, and not just, and then those would be, because I was reviewing all the robotics and all that, and they're doing game design. So that's actually kind of, I'm seeing the demand in the region, but I'm seeing the demand as students and the interest needs that are coming up, they're developing those skills as middle school and coming into high school. So are we as a district looking at the demand locally and the demand coming into the high school and matching those up?
Is that a question for staff? I guess, do you
I
want
guess to develop more refined process. So the demand locally, North County and locally, and the demand coming in from students.
So Nicole, I see you coming on. Do you want to respond? You're muted.
Oh, thank you. That was actually something that came up recently at one of our discussions with labor market specialists, and they do create North County specific briefs at our request, because of that differentiation that I think you mentioned, Ray, or somebody mentioned about San Diego County being a large region. There is more specialization of some of our sectors in North County. So that was something that we spoke about this week, those needing to be updated. I think the latest version is 2018, but they do create North County specific sector briefs for us.
Elisa.
I guess what I would think would be the appropriate, what I would recommend is that we ask staff, is there a different process that should be used? And if so, if they could make that recommendation. as far as expanding career pathways or in other words, I think that the question was, should we look at, actually, I don't know what the question is because it's not in front of me, but I think the question was about, should we get a different process?
It was, do we want to develop a more refined process for developing and growing pathways?
Okay. So then I guess the question that we would be answering is either yes or no. And if it's yes, then we would ask staff, could you give us some recommendations for some additional of ways that we maybe could modify it? Anyway, that's the way that I think that it should be addressed.
Thank you, Lisa. Veronica, and then Ray.
I just wanted to address, and I know, I think Claudine and Lisa brought this up about, is it more or less pathways? Is it quality versus like thinning out spreading the pathway? So I don't know if it's a discussion, or can we have that discussion? And that's what I wanted to hear from both of you.
Ray.
I think I hear two things from my colleagues that are geographic specific, and also one about getting employed right out of high school. So, and I support that, by the way. I just want you to know, Kathy. So, does Nicole, and do you look at pathways not only from the San Diego County specific, but North County? Because the districts that you are working with are all North County.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that the San Diego County EDC has, they say for the whole county, but when you take the northern part, what Veronica said is true. There's probably opportunities for employment in some subcategories that the county doesn't pick up necessarily. But I think the question is there enough employment you guys would see in the process that we should have a pathway in the same way that we have pathways for biotech or anything else for some of those sub areas that are just in the North County? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know I don't know, Veronica, if that makes sense of what you were asking, but that's what I heard.
Well, and I guess,
and then also what I heard from Kathy, which I agree with, is, are we taking into account the labor market for jobs that can come right out in North County, let's say, right out of high school, other than the military?
and so what I think, I'm going to respond to that, Ray, because I think what you're pointing out is, I guess, in the question that staff is asking, do we want to develop a more refined process for developing and growing pathways? I'm hearing that you are both saying yes, and Kathy as well, because I think that what I'm getting a sense is, I'm hearing you ask questions, have we looked at these as potential pathways? And so what we're saying is, are we using the right tools to sort of develop a more refined process for developing and growing pathways in response to market trends, in response to local labor? That's what I feel like you're both coming to in response to this question number 4, or all three of you actually, is what I'm hearing, is how are we capturing the new and emerging, or the local, based on local labor trends and jobs that get, pathways that get kids jobs right out of high school, and would our current paths to development, identify those, so that, so right now we take it from a student interest, teacher interest, or credential, but this feels like it's another realm of responsiveness to creating a pathway, is what I'm hearing. Do you guys agree, Megan and Nicole?
I think that the information that we use to guide us outside of the information that is dictated by our district, such as credentialing and student interest and that type of thing, comes directly from, labor market experts who do collect these metrics and, give us information on what's the most up-to-date changes. I mean, just as an example, the conversations that we're having right now with another district starting a hospitality pathway have to be of the most up to date because everything looks very different during a COVID generation with hospitality, right? So that conversation has to be, what are things that we're collecting in terms of business metrics from 6 months ago, right? Not 2 years ago. And are there briefs that they create specifically called COVID resistant sectors? So jobs that have been able to withstand or, stay alive even despite the challenges of the pandemic. So those are things that do factor into what we look at, but it's one of many pieces is how I would say.
Thank you, Kathy.
And I just wanted to clarify two things. One is that when we look at least from my perspective, when we look at what the labor market is today, I also think we need to look at 10 years from now, is that going to be something that a robot is going to be doing, right? Because if we're putting a student on a pathway that is going to be replaced by robots someday, is that the best pathway as well? So I think that that's something that when we talk about refining those pathways, and then when I'm talking about, a pathway where you can get a job right out of high school, it doesn't mean that that's the end of it. It's just uh, that some of our pathways, I think, are, require, could require up to a PhD, or you need to go to medical school in order to achieve the pathway. And I'm not sure all of our students that are engaging in that particular pathway are going to achieve that. So what I'm looking at is that if I'm right out of high school, I could be a lab tech, and I could work my way through college, and then get my degree in and get my degree and then go to medical school and so on and so forth. But I could at least work my way through, I could work as a lab tech through college and right out of high school. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, not necessarily, like you were saying, Ray, just military or just, let's say, police or fire or those types of things, but things that could build on each other. I'm just concerned that we're putting high school students on a pathway that may take them 10 years to actually complete. And I just want to make sure that understanding that that's going to be a high paying job in North County, but that's going to be 10 years from now before they actually achieve it.
Thank you, Ray.
I don't want to belabor this too much longer, but I think, to Megan and Nicole's credit, the partnership with Tri-City fits exactly what you're saying, Kathy, is that there are jobs at Tri-City that students coming right out of high school will be able to get if we give them, the experiences that they need now. They're going to be able to get jobs at Tri-City Hospital.
Okay, so I just want to bring back to the question that staff's asking is, do we want, so like Elisa said, I think, is do we want to develop a more refined process for developing and growing pathways?
And Claudine, that's what I was getting at when I'm saying that, that when we're talking about refining those pathways, or when we're evaluating what are good pathways, to look at those things that that would be part of the evaluation process when we're selecting or refining.
Okay, thank you. Veronica.
So I'm going to bring it back, and this is the reason why we brought this up. I know we had a discussion before, and is it, the discussion we had was, is it top down based on data, or is it bottom up based on an interest that a student has or a teacher has? So I want to have that conversation, because I think the pathway should be from top, and I don't know, I want to have the conversation. Is it, I would like to, I would prefer have it based on data. What is the most competitive job market based on labor data? That's how we're developing pathways, versus someone with an interest that possibly, but it might not be a competitive demand in the region, but someone has an idea. So I do want to have that conversation, because I know we wanted to I think this was the reason why we have in this career pathway session, because of that conversation that we had before. So
Elisa.
And I guess my response to that is you can't say it's only one way. It's only just top down, or it's only by teacher interest. It's a combination. And I think, and I guess I would almost ask staff, are any of the conversations that we've had tonight, are any of these elements not part of a conversation in developing or modifying pathways? Now, I know that Rob said that there have not been any new ones developed since he's been here, so he hasn't really seen the process. But I would be surprised if they would say, if any of the things that we've talked about, no, that would not be part of a conversation, or that would not be part of the process. But Veronica, if what you're asking is, we're going to not even look and see what our what we have in-house as far as skills or interest, or what the students are interested in, or what teachers we have, if all we're going to look at is what is in the market and what are we projecting, according to obviously what Kathy mentioned, is going to be 10 years from now, that's going to be the driver. If we had an unlimited budget and unlimited resources, that I could see that I could see the value in that. But since we don't, I would think I would like it to take in total. I would like to see all of the items be part of it. But I'm not even positive that I want to have new pathways right now, because I think that I would almost prefer to make sure that we have refined what we have, and then to say what would happen to our existing electives and to our existing strong programs before we embark on an entirely new pathway. So I'm still really wondering if that's one of our purposes tonight, is to give staff the direction that we want a new pathway. I don't think I'm there yet.
And I agree. That was really the answer that I had written down. Is my fear is that if we start to dilute the master schedule so much, chasing emerging and new, without taking a look at what we have, that we end up shortchanging students and spending money that we don't necessarily have a lot of. So I guess just to circle this back around, Veronica, you have your hand up, and then Kathy. So it's 9 o'clock. I just want to make sure that we get to the final, and then it's going to be a little bit of time refining the list that we give to staff. And then hopefully we culminate in something that staff can walk away with an actionable plan. So go ahead, Veronica.
thank you. I'm not asking, and just a response back to you, Lisa and Claudine, I'm not asking to add more pathways, and I'm like what you're saying, I'd rather have a quality pathway where it's rich with students, and it's such a high demand that so many students want to get into it, and that's what I'm looking at. And if there's pathways where it's struggling with numbers, and like Nicole mentioned, let's evolve it into something that is in high demand, that is, and looking at labor market data and looking at that to make sure it's evolved in the right direction. But I'm not asking to add more pathways, but I want to make sure that I'd rather have less in quality demand pathways than too much and making a decision to say, okay, this, we don't have the numbers, and actually look at it, to make sure we have quality programs, quality pathways.
Thank you. Kathy?
And I tend to agree with that. I guess from my perspective, though, that I do see some duplication, that if somebody graduates from one of our high schools, they can go to college and become an engineer if they chose to. So I'm not sure, do we absolutely need an engineer pathway when we have all the courses that could set a high school student up to go to college and get an engineering degree? So I do believe that some of our pathways are kind of biting off more than we can chew, and it looks like we're promising somebody could be an engineer when they get out of high school, and I just don't if a student, graduates with all the A through G, they have good grades, they're strong in math, they're going to be able to get into college and pursue engineering with or without our pathway. So that's where I'm looking at the refining of the pathway.
Thank you. So trustees, do we have any bullet points for this number so far, or just sort of?
We have quite a few bullet points for this.
Oh, okay.
How about if I project that? Sorry, give me 1 second. And you'll note here that I added the word evaluating. The original question didn't have that. It was developing, growing. I added developing, growing, evaluating. And then Mr. Grove and I tried to organize this a little bit as we went.
Trustees, any changes? Seeing none, the final question is number 5. Are we interested in a 3-year career pathway strategic plan that could be reviewed annually by the board? Okay, I think it's a yes, no. Yeah, thumbs up if you say yes. Ray, sorry, I didn't
So, Claudine, this was yours, right?
see that.
Your question?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So let me, what is the deliverable? What do you want to deliver from this that we are not already doing? I am not sure. I'm not clear.
Right. So when Dr. Churchill posts the list of items that we've requested and the document that was prepared for tonight, it's feeling like the foundation of a sort of 3-year plan, because I don't think we've ever had like an overarching, these are the funding mechanisms, this is what we're spending, this is the data we're looking at, this is how we evaluate and identify new pathways or, evolve our pathways. To me, it feels like this work is developing a 3-year plan, just by nature of the questions we're asking and the presentation staff has made. I have not seen all of this data in one cohesive presentation from CUSD in my time here. And so for me, it was a very helpful overview of what we do from sort of the cradle to career, to be able to communicate as a marketing piece, but also to provide data for our students. And it's pulled from a number of places. And so it feels like it's on the verge of being something that's district-wide as a demonstration of this is what we provide. And I use the example of Cajon Valley's World of Work. They've got, branding that they have of all the projects that they're doing related to career pathways and CTE work. And it's in a cohesive district-wide sort of messaging. And it's really helpful when you go in, you know what they stand for and you know what the district is behind and supporting. And so we've got all the elements and it's at each individual site, and we have the start of a career pathways piece on our own district website, but it's not all together. And so based on what I was starting to see as questions, it feels like it's not a 1-year project or even a few months. It feels like it's going to take time, like our technology plan, it took time for staff to do. And that's kind of the direction I was wondering if there was support for.
Thank you.
Kathy.
I'm very much in favor of this, of number 5, and for the reasons you said, but also it really provides focus and prioritization. I mean, we do have, we're supposed to be focusing college/career as part of our LCAP, yet we spend a lot of time on college, and I don't think we spend nearly as much time on career. So that's where I think a 3-year plan would allow us to focus more, as much, and have it elevated to that priority as well. So that's why I would like to pursue it as a 3-year. And the other thing too is that we don't have one workshop. We kind of get some answers to some questions, and then we put it on the shelf. So I think also it allows us to kind of those continuing, continuous evaluation of our career pathways as well. So yes, I'm very much in favor of this one.
Thank you, Kathy. Elisa?
I guess my question, Claudine, is when you say a 3-year career pathway strategic plan, is that a plan that will take 3 years to implement? Or it's a plan? I'm not sure why is it taking 3 years? Why wouldn't it just take 2 years, or why wouldn't it take 5 years? I'm not understanding why it isn't just a career pathway strategic plan.
Right. So I use 3-year because that's how we kind of benchmarked our tech plan when I said it out loud to Ben the first time I mentioned it. And it was more just that I thought it would take us that long to get through some of the things that we've requested, given just staff constraints. Like, I think there's going to be chunks that can get done. And so it was just out of by nature of knowing how, and we've got numbers of years on grants and, things like that. Because there are things that we may have to seek for more funding, et cetera. So it was arbitrary, Lisa.
So would there be in 21, 22, this is going to be accomplished, in 22, 23, this, 23, that's what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Kathy?
Another thing I was thinking too is that I think it can be renewed over time. That we do 3-year, 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 and also too, I was thinking that this could be connected to our facilities master plan, because in some of our areas we're talking about culinary work, we're talking about gardens, we're talking about the way our facilities are developing around careers, that I could see the strategic plan connecting to a lot of different aspects as far as technology, facilities, as well as our education pieces as well. So yes, that's another reason for a lengthy plan that can connect to other departments.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, then should we have the document brought up, Ben? And so I think the answer to 5, I guess you want it by show of thumbs, is yes. Do you want it by a show of thumbs? Okay, so could everybody, for everybody who's supporting number 5, show your thumb. And then I just can't see. Okay, so 5-0. All right, so then the document, okay. And then would you want us to go through and take things off, or do you want to, what's the best way to?
Yeah, I mean, I'll defer. I'll ask Dr. Nye as well here, kind of what would be most helpful. But I mean, we have naturally sort of already started to compact some things. I think maybe taking a quick look at it from a high level, and there's a number of items in each section. I think, yeah, probably getting some indication from the board. Are all of these things priorities? Are some things like happen first, happen second? And then I'm sorry, it's just occurring to me as well here on this last one, what's the timeline that you'd like to see something like this come back to you?
Yeah, and I would even add many of the things you outlined there, I would imagine are going to be part of the actual strategic plan. So what could be folded into that versus what would you like to see on these items that are outside of that you need more immediate attention to.
Yeah, one good example here is even in this very first one, like common gateway branding, introduction on the district website, et cetera. Are we doing that immediately, or are we developing a plan, bringing it back to you in 5 months, and then implementing after that?
Did I see a hand? Veronica?
Would it be helpful if we say 1, 2, or 3? So 1, we would want either immediately or within the next 6 months. Then 2 would be in a year, and 3 would put it for the second, third year. Would that be helpful?
Okay, and then Kathy?
My thought was, unless there's really a big objection to these items, from my perspective, I would be satisfied if staff took these items and created a 3-year plan based on what we've talked about tonight, instead of us going through and prioritizing. Because I think, at least from my perspective, I think staff has a good idea of what we're looking for, and I don't think you could develop a 3-year plan without all of these items. So that's from my perspective. I'm not sure we need to go through all of this if staff is going to develop a 3-year plan.
Thank you. Ray?
I was just going to address number 5 and say, if it is going to be a similar process to the tech plan, then we adopt the same process for this plan. And in terms of how the timing, Ben, to what you said, it's same thing. So that's only 5, number 5. But that you can, I mean, if my colleagues agree, then we can wipe that one and say, okay, that answers Ben's questions on what we're looking at a process for number 5. And we just adopt the same process that we did with the tech plan.
Okay, thank you. Elisa?
I would ask that we include staff to respond to any of these, as well as developing the strategic plan, just to make sure that it isn't just a discussion that we have amongst us, the 5 board members who don't have to do the work while they're doing everything else. I would just like to hear from staff to see if they have any comments about what we're proposing.
Thank you. Staff?
I'm on board. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a lot of comprehensive work, but I think it's something that stands to benefit the programs. And I think more important than really rehabilitate programs, that stands to showcase a lot of the wonderful work that's already happening in our district and a lot of the wonderful programs that we already engage students in.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I think I agree with Trustee Rawlings on this, that, give staff an opportunity to incorporate these items into a more comprehensive plan. And yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around timelines with that and when we could bring something back. And I'm thinking, realistically, and Megan and Nicole, please chime in, but I'm thinking realistically, it would be the fall, sometime late summer or fall of next year, we could bring back a comprehensive 3-year plan moving forward. But that's kind of in my head, just as far as where I'm at.
Thank you.
And I'm in agreement with it as well. Some of the items like the marketing piece are things that we did identify that we would be working on as action items this year as well. So I think that just helps us to be able to incorporate it and continue the work we're doing. And some of it needs to be done before the sunset of our current Strong Workforce Grant, which ends December 2021. So there are things that we need to have that flexibility to tackle that we said we would do in the grant. So I think that helps us to work with our current grants and things that we said we would do for our needs assessment.
So may I ask a follow-up to that, Megan? Do you think this work would help us qualify for potential future grants if we have this kind of cohesiveness with a plan and a strategy that would help us find funding?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that helps to guide the work of the grant. And it helps us to describe areas that we're seeking funding to help support of what we're trying to accomplish. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Elisa.
Hearing that, I support what Kathy said is we don't need to discuss it any further and let staff take it and then come back to us in the fall or whenever Rob said that they'd have it available.
Ray.
And I would agree with Kathy, the same thing. And if I hear Megan and Nicole correctly, some of these things are already built into what in motion anyway. So perhaps in a weekly report, it would be just nice to hear some of these things being addressed. That's the only thing I would add.
Kathy.
And Claudine, I think you just addressed it. That my hope would be to have a draft, or at least something on the first year that we can discuss maybe over the summer, where it's a little. The hope would be that it's a little slower. I mean, I don't want to say we absolutely have to have it, but then we could do some of the marketing as students are enrolling in classes or starting up from going from 8th grade to being a freshman in high school, those types of things. So that would be my only request, and I think you captured it there, that we start seeing a draft in summertime.
Thank you. Veronica.
No, and I agree with having staff being able to create that document. Could I just have a request? Could you share this document so we have a copy of it?
And Ray, you have your hand up.
So just so staff doesn't think they're alone on this, if we're going to, some of this strategic plan, career pathway strategic plan, is it going to include board members? I volunteer to participate on that plan.
And I think we have a standing career committee, subcommittee, don't we? Or ad hoc, sorry, I'm sorry. That's right, ad hoc. Great. Anything else, trustees? Staff?
I would just say I support the ad hoc committee continuing working with staff to develop the strategic plan.
Thank you, trustees. Do I have thumbs for that? Okay, great. And staff, do you require any further direction from the board? Great. All right, seeing that there's none, thank you all. This has been such a great discussion. I appreciate all the work that went into bringing it to us. And with that, it is 9:26. I'm sorry, what did you say? No public comment. Okay, and seeing that there's no ending communications, that would be item 5.0. Then we are adjourned at 9:26. The next meeting is, our next regular meeting is February 17th at 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.